Shalom,
Okay, shalom, Israel. Shalom, everybody. Hope everybody is doing well today. We're back at it. Listen, because of the weather, we're going to try to get through this class a little earlier than normal. Yeah. So if we shut down earlier, we got to get everybody, home before this winter weather starts kicking in. We're in South Texas, so people don't know how to act when it snows out here. Road was collapsing. People are losing their mind. Things go bad immediately. So we're going to sit back here. What's that?
They shut down 35.
Just now?
Yeah.
How they shut? It's not even raining.
It says a major accident. They just shut the whole highway down.
It's a major accident, and nobody. It's not even raining.
This is San Antonio.
It's not even like slick yet.
Yeah.
It's just they're having crashes because they're preparing for.
It's cold.
Yeah. It's a pre-crash.
Yeah. This is a pre-crash. It's crazy. So because of that, we're going to have to sit back here. And the goal is to get past chapter 10 today. We're going to start at verse 7 and get to at least not the whole chapter, at least to verse 50. That's the goal. And so we're going to send our prayers up in a second. But before we do that, shout out Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala. The brothers and sisters he teaches and are responsible for, from Cali all the way to Georgia. Hope everybody is doing well today. Also, shout out Kazakia and SOW of Virginia, Quatazop and SOW Houston, and also Zion, SOW Rochester, New York. I just want to make a quick disclaimer for everybody who's listening. Because of our relationship with Shield of Wisdom, Shield of Wisdom. No. SOW, Stream of Wisdom. Stream of Wisdom. Because of our relationship with Stream of Wisdom, and because of how closely affiliated we are with those brothers and the respect we have for those brothers, what we're not going to do is allow this cross-jumping of brothers that sometimes are disgruntled with brothers out there in SOW, or brothers might be disgruntled in SOT, and the thought that they can just jump from camp to camp.
We don't do that over here.
Just because there's issues inside of themselves. We don't do that, and we don't advocate that. We don't advocate brothers just jumping camp to camp, because that's a blatant disrespect towards the men that commit every day in different camps. The Spirit has you in those cities, working with those men to work on what's inside of you. The Most High got you in San Antonio. There's a reason you're in San Antonio. There's a reason you have those stewards that are over you in San Antonio. If you're in Houston, Most High has stewards over there over you in Houston. Same thing with Virginia, and same thing with Rochester, New York. We don't get the freedom to pick and choose who we want to sit back and work with. Now, does that mean we don't have a mutual respect and a bond with everyone? Of course. And if there is a basic dialogue amongst brothers, I doubt that anybody in any camp would have an issue with that. But when we start talking about, I want to go to this camp, and I don't want to be around y'all, but I want to be with you. No, that's a spiritual issue. That's a you problem.
And we don't entertain that.
And we don't entertain that. We're not going to be a refuge for disgruntled brothers from SOW. And I'm pretty sure SOW feels the same way, because we are a unit. If we are a unit, then the Spirit's trying to tell you, hey, you got to deal with what's inside of you in that camp and learn humility. Because if brothers aren't asking you to break the law, and I know they're not asking brothers to break the law out there, and we're not asking brothers to break the law here. So if it's not about breaking the law, then it's about your pride, and it's about your lack of humility. And those are the things you have to work on if you want the Most High to bless you in your life. We're just saying this. Whoever it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it's okay.
It's just a natural disclaimer. It really is an unspoken disclaimer.
Well, we have to speak it. We have to speak it because sometimes people don't respect the leadership in different cities. And if there is a lack of respect, then we have to let people know, let it be known, this is what's going on. And that doesn't change the fact that brothers are welcome to listen to class online. Everybody is welcome to listen to everybody's class online. But joining camps and swapping camps, that's just not going to happen. We're not going to allow pride and a lack of respect to destroy or split the bonds that we have with the brothers in Virginia, Houston, and Rochester, New York. And I know I've worked with those men for many years. They feel the same way. So if you're listening and you want to swap groups and swap camps, that's not going to happen. But we'll respectfully, you can listen to class. And if you get clearance from your camp head, we can talk. But if that's not happening, the buck stops there. They'll just be online class correspondence. I hope I was as clear as possible, because it's not about starting no beef and being angry and responding in an emotional way. We don't play that game, and we're fiercely loyal and we respect the people who put it on the line every day to teach this word and to make the Most High the priority.
Time. If you don't have humility in one city, the location is not going to change the fact you don't have humility.
Exactly.
If you have pride in one city, you have pride in another city. Pride will follow you because the issue is within the person. You know, so if there's an issue that they have there, you'll have the same issue here. You know, whatever it may be. If they can recognize and see a flaw, the location is not going to change the flaws. It's not.
So because of that, we're not going to leave an arena or an avenue for pride to be fed and manifested. We're not going to play that game. We're not going to sit back here and allow men and women to think they can just be disrespectful, or antagonistic one way, and think they can just clean their slate and act like that didn't happen.
Can I put one scripture?
Yes.
2 Ezra 13, verse 41 and 42. Just on this is always a dynamic that our people deal with in general. All right. 2 Ezra 13, verse 41.
All right. 2 Ezra chapter 13 and verse 41. But they took this counsel among themselves.
They took this counsel amongst themselves. We all counsel to ourselves. Read.
That they would leave the multitude of the heathen.
This sounds smart. Let's leave the heathen. Read.
And go forth into a further country.
Let's go to a different location, a different land, a different place. Let me go to another place. Take me to another place. Read.
Where never mankind dwelt.
Where never mankind dwelt. This land has never been touched by man. Read.
Which means the thinking that our people had, the 9.5 tribes, felt that because Assyria was so corrupt, the people were so corrupt, the people were so ungodly. If we go to a city and a country that's not tainted with evil and wickedness, now I can serve the Most High the right way.
That's what we think when serving the Most High is eternal.
Isn't the thinking of that even amongst our people in America?
Yes.
The thinking is, because America's so wicked, it's very difficult to serve the Most High. Well, the reality is, it's difficult to serve the Most High wherever you go, because serving the Most High is about denying yourself. Yeah. So whether you're disgruntled in New York, and you think San Antonio is going to sit back here and give you this invigorated zeal to serve the Most High, that's not true. The same 9.5 tribes felt the same thing. Yep. We can leave Assyria, go to the Americas, and all of a sudden we're serving the Most High. But guess what? They went to Assyria. What did they do? I mean, they left Assyria and went to the Americas. And what did they do? They were still serving Assyrian gods. Yep. They were still serving Egyptian gods. Yep. They were still serving Babylonian deities. So did this 1.5 year tour, like Gilligan's Island, did it work? No. Did it change them? No. I'm sorry. I just want.
No, listen. Israel wants to take me to another land, take me to another place.
What's that group out that made that song?
To another
place, make me understand.
That is our people's spirit.
Then they had the African doing that dance. I like, go back to Africa. That's what I'm saying.
Won't you help me?
Yes, exactly. Then they get the African song and like, ooh, going back to Africa.
We will serve the Lord in this land. I'm happy. Ha ha. And then
Exactly.
start rapping again.
Yeah, wearing red, black, and green act, and all of a sudden things will be okay.
Arrested Development.
That's what it was.
Yes.
Arrested Development. Yes.
That is the spirit of our people.
Yeah.
Our people want to grow their hair out. I can say, let's leave this place and go live somewhere else.
Let's go to Liberia.
Let's go to Liberia and serve God.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's go to the islands and serve God. They had a doctrine years ago, and I think we lost some people back in the day. They weren't in the camp, but they were around the camp. It was the flee to Egypt doctrine.
Yeah.
And then the Arab Spring popped up.
Yeah, that's not good. You do not want to be in Egypt during the Arab Spring.
America, I went to Egypt, and then the Arab Spring happened.
Arab Spring, for y'all that don't know, there was uprising in all these Arab countries that they went to.
Yeah.
Because
Where their brothers went, they had revolutions.
And then when the revolutions came, they brought slave traders in there. Once the regime leaders left, they brought slave traders in these countries.
Shalom! No, this is.
And, you know, all it is, you can throw that passport crap in their hand. They're just gonna take it and tear it up.
American
Once they
citizen.
tear up the passport, then what you got?
I'm American.
No, you're not. The paperwork's gone. The paperwork's gone. Now what you gonna do?
Brother literally flipped out, tripped out, and went overseas.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna say that don't always work, but I hear more bad stories than good.
Done.
I'm not trying to mock that concept, but why this?
Well, you are, because you know what's the spirit saying? People want to leave America because the bombs are coming to America.
Yeah.
But how about the curse is going to follow you if you don't live right one way or the other?
That's in the Bible too.
I know. Didn't the scripture say the curse is going to follow you? You said that in Jeremiah 28?
I don't go to Liberia. I don't like Liberia. I'll stay gladly here in Texas.
Yeah.
The curses don't want to go past.
Listen, there's brothers that went to African countries and these Hamites killed them.
Yeah.
That's real.
Because Ham is very.
You want to go street teaching to crazy Hamites with machetes out
Hamites
and tell them that God don't love them?
You don't find
Good
out.
luck to that.
Esau let you do it. Ham ain't gonna let you do it.
That's my point. Anyway, I'm sorry.
But so this spirit wanting to flee and travel, I mean, I get the idea, but Most High wants you to establish roots and repair bonds.
And people don't want to include the Most High in these situations. If the Most High brought this teacher to teach you, don't you think there's lessons in the dynamic of those teachers? There's lessons for you to see. Why do you want to pick and choose what lesson you want to say is ordained to the Most High and which lesson is not ordained to the Most High? That's our sickness. Whether it's with our husbands, whether it's with brothers in leadership. We want to say, yeah, I accept this aspect of their leadership, but I don't accept this. Especially if it's not against the law to do so. Then why do you sit back here and have an issue? If brothers are saying there's pride in you, there's things you got to change in you, then why don't you take the time to change those things inside of you?
And be a testimony of overcoming yourself.
Come.
Like everybody else had to be.
Come.
Everybody else had to do this. I came in with problems.
Did David say, you know what, I don't like this camp. I don't like the camp headed by Saul. I don't like Saul's camp. Did David say that? I don't like Saul's camp. I want to open a new camp. No, he had to sit back and deal in Saul's camp and wait till the Most High remove Saul. The Bible is very clear. If he had to do it, then why don't we have to do it?
Because we want validation, and we want to go to places where we feel like I have something to bring to the table and they appreciate me, but we don't know how to follow. We want to be accepted without obedience. We want approval without submission.
Okay.
And a lot of us evade submission for freedom, for liberty. Well, this camp don't give me this liberty, so I don't like this camp. This camp don't give me this freedom, so I don't like this camp. Well, this camp don't appreciate what I bring to the table. Well, how about if you follow and be obedient, and then you can get instructed and bring something better to the table?
Yep.
Because humility is always before honor. But people got it backwards. People want honor before humility, and it doesn't work that way.
Yep. So all we're saying is, if brothers want to keep looking and searching for a school or a place that's going to validate them, go ahead. We're okay with we're not in the market of just getting bodies for the hell of getting bodies. Because getting a bunch of bodies doesn't validate us. The Most High even said, be careful of these buildings and schools that have all these people. He says, narrow is the path you want to choose. Narrow in numbers, narrow in a bunch of different opinions. Listen, man. What we're concerned about is developing quality over quantity. If brothers want to come in and submit the way the Most High wants them to do so, cool. But you're not going to go from Houston. It's not going to be Houston, Atlanta, Vegas, then San Antonio. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. I've been to all these camps now. I'm fresh here. Let us lock in and do this. Because you know why? We've seen it before. We've experienced men that can't bounce, and they do the same thing here that they did in other places. We've seen it enough. We've been there, done that, bought a T-shirt. We've been doing this since the mid to late 90s. This isn't something new. So with all due respect, either go back to your school that is affiliated in our circle of influence, or you can free to go wherever you want to go. It's no big thing.
And God post this last part of scripture. Verse 42.
Verse 42.
Because this is the inward thought.
We're in 2 Ezra 13 and 42, right?
Come.
Yes, sir.
This is the inward thought. Read.
That they might there keep their statutes,
I want to be successful. I can grow. I can be on point. I can be disciplined. Read.
which they never kept in their own land.
But if I can't maintain discipline on the north side of town, is it safe to say I'm going to keep discipline on the south side of town?
No.
Discipline's a me thing. Respect is a me thing. Outlook is a me thing. Communication is a me thing. Work ethic is a me thing. So nowhere where I go, there you are. Or there I am. So we got to make sure we're conscious of seeing the good in leadership and seeing the good. That was class last night.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, bro. We all get, in situations that we get subtracted. We get put in these scenarios that are uncomfortable. It's about showing the Most High how you deal with discomforts. That's it. Show the Lord how you're going to deal with it. And a lot of times it's you make the adjustments. And when you make the adjustments, the light of God starts to make sense. That's it.
Yeah. So I don't want to make it all about this point, but I thought that it was important to start class off with that so everybody knows where we stand. We stand in solidarity to the Most High in Christ, one. And then we stand in solidarity to the people who we know and work with every day. The scripture says, be not ashamed to defend a what?
A friend.
Listen, these brothers in SOW have been brotherly and friendly to us, and they roll more like us than anybody else we've ever worked with. And because of that, we're not going to sit back here and allow chaotic spirits to flow and play against those bonds that the Most High brought together for good. That's not going to happen. So we don't have to sit back here and beat our chest and get all rowdy about it. But we're going to stick to our principles and stick to the bond of the unity over chaos, pride, and ego. Any other questions?
The scripture says, forsake not an old friend for the new.
That's my point.
Because you have new people that want to get these bonds, which I'm all about bonds in general.
Yep.
But there's a reason the Most High gave you older bonds. Because it's supposed to be based on principle that don't change, don't deviate.
Done.
We're not supposed to deviate in general.
Done. And we're not going to let incidents like this even put us in a position to choose one over another. The choice is already made. All right? So, listen our prayers to the Most High. Imagine upon y'all, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Thank you, sir. Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ahawa Nathalanawa. Awar. Zayawam. Water.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ahawa. Nathalanawa. Raya. Naya. The water. Amen.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Waponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barak Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Hawa. Nephilim Lenawa. Shabbat. Bar Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Ayanyamya.
Aharya.
Aharya.
Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemayim. Wa'aratazah. La'a. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nuwam. Shashamariah. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yashra'ala. Yahweh. Shemariah. Yahweh. Zalia. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemat. Yala'a. Akaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemariah. Makol. Right. Yashemar. Pasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Awalakia. Wabu'aya. I will love.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yashra'ala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashra'ala. Alahayim now. I'm sorry. Shema Yashra'ala. Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashra'ala. Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abinella. Shema Shemayim. Kodash. Hayah. Shamka. Yahweh. Malak Watkah. Taba'ah. Ratazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Baratazah. Kawa. Hayah. Mashamayim. Bethelanaw. Lacham. Ko. Yawam. Wasalachanaw. Chawatinaw. Kasalachanaw. Chawatinaw. Wala'a. Tabianaw. Wanisawan. Abo. Awshaynaw. Mayan. Rad. Hayah. Laka. Malakwa. Watapara. I will love you.
Amen. Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Take commandments. La'ayahaya. Laka.
Alahaya.
Acharya. Ayo. Panya.
Thou shalt know other power before me.
Number 2. La'a. Ta'ina. Laka. Hasal. Wala'a. Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Talak Wakha. Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Karatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Ta'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Takamat. Ko. Asherah. Lara'ika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Goodness. Birthday, how about Shem Yashad?
Birthday, how about Shem Yashad?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel, Yashabim.
Israel, seated.
Keep looking at this. Oh no. Okay. So we're going to go into now. We're going to start off in the Josephus, just to give us a quick synopsis of what we've been going over the last 2 weeks. I'm going here to start because I don't want to continue to read over the same things over and over again in Maccabees. So I want to just get Josephus, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1. We're going to read at least to the halfway point and then continue in 1 Maccabees 10 and verse 7 and start going into how the tide turns for Jonathan and the resistance. Because whether it was during Judas's time, now Jonathan's time, you had these highs and lows. These times where at the very best there's peace and there's quiet, then there's seditions again. Now Jonathan is going to get his opportunity for peace and to resurrect and to reestablish order in Jerusalem with the desire to kind of squeeze out this Greek element. Okay? And he's using, we're going to read about him pitting two opposing Greek leaderships against each other with the benefit of looking after Israel. Once again, it's a reminder that as much as we want to talk about black power and Israelite power and the 12 tribes power, we don't have that much power. And since we became vassals during the Babylonian Empire and the Assyrian empires, we've even had less control of our own destiny. Okay? And the only way we control our destiny, whether it's in present day America or at our jobs and our careers and in our life, is predicated on our obedience to the Heavenly Father. And if we're obedient to the Heavenly Father, that's how the Most High starts to work things in our life that benefit us. Without that obedience, you can forget it. So, let's read this. Let's get you saluted in Kariah.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala. I'm you, bro. Yahweh Shem Yashad.
How about Shem Yashad?
That's my time. How much up and down I can do, man. Sheesh. All day?
Salute to the next man.
It's going to be like 3 salutes at the most. It ain't going to be more than 3. Like, this ain't going to work. Okay, I'm joking.
Let's go.
Let's read that in Josephus.
All right.
13.
Book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1.
Right. Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1, page 337. Now in the 160th year, it fell out that Alexander, the son of Antiochus Epiphanes, came up into Syria and took Ptolemais.
So this is Alexander Bala. Yeah. He came in here and he took Ptolemais, which is the stronghold of the Ptolemaic Empire, which is Egypt. He came into Egypt and got the Egyptians backing. Specifically, the Greeks that ran Egypt got their backing. Read on.
The soldiers, having betrayed it to him.
Meaning the soldiers switched allegiances from the Seleucid lineage, which was being ran by King Demetrius in Antioch. The soldiers betrayed King Demetrius because the soldiers were the ones who were what? Neglected and not taken care of. Don't forget, you could only run your empire back in those days based on how well you took care of your armies. When the armies are taken care of, you got soldiers going to fight. But if soldiers don't got no pension plans, man, don't got no 501k or 401ks, they ain't going to go fight.
No.
They want to get paid. They're the ones keeping the thing together. So the soldiers are the ones who were mistreated and gave the empire or the power of Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic line, which is in Egypt, to Alexander Bala, which was a Seleucid general. And specifically, all that was given to him was just the military power. Alexander Bala didn't run Egypt. The Ptolemaic Greeks still ran Egypt. Alexander Bala just took over the military industrial complex, so to speak. The military weaponry, the military men. He got control over the men that were on top of or over the Ptolemies. Because that's how things were. Back in those days, specific rulers of different kingdoms were allowed to rule just as long as they allowed the military of the reigning empire to house themselves in the city. For instance, we kept reading about Accra. Accra was this military garrison that was in Jerusalem that was still what? Greek. So they let high priests run it as long as those high priests worked with the military and their garrisons in their city. And that was where they learned how to manage different kingdoms without having to hover over them and replace the face man that knows and identifies with the people. It's no different than nowadays. You're not going to get in Venezuela a literal Edomite in Venezuela running it. You're going to get a Venezuelan or that's born and raised in Venezuela who is pro-American in that seat and position. That's how they control things. They control it now this way. They put proxies that are native to that country to represent the affairs of another country. Okay, so let's continue.
For they were at enmity with Demetrius on account of his insolence and difficulty of access.
So the military in Egypt that was on the side of Demetrius got tired of Demetrius because he wasn't there. He didn't have respect for the military, and he didn't take care of the military, whether it's financially or whatever support they needed.
He was negligent.
He was negligent because he was in his 4 towers, closed off from the world, isolated, not fighting him.
That wasn't Demetrius a prisoner at one time?
Yes.
He was a prisoner, so that he was familiar with that isolation.
Well, just the prisoner, he was
a hostage.
He was a hostage. It's
Yeah.
different. So he had a little freedom, but just not a lot of freedom. So whatever he did, he had guards around him because he was the guarantee on the debt that the Seleucids had to the Romans.
Yeah.
So Demetrius was in Rome, living in Rome, was able to learn, get educated, whatever the case was. But he had to stay in Rome so that the Seleucid line paid their debt off. Because you had Antiochus III, then you had Seleucid IV. Now Seleucid IV, Demetrius is Seleucid IV's son.
Yeah.
So he had to go when Seleucid IV came into power. And then he, quote unquote, died. Then Antiochus came into power. Antiochus Epiphanes came into power the 4th. And then things went on, so forth and so on. Then Antiochus had his son, which was Jupiter. He came into power, but poor old Demetrius was still in lockup. He gets freed, comes in and takes out Antiochus Jupiter. Now he's the man.
And he did away with Lysias too.
Mm-hmm. Lysias was the captain or the person that was of age that can help train up Jupiter until he got of age.
The co-regent. Like a co-regent?
Yes. So Jupiter got killed at around 11 or 12 years old. Now Demetrius this is around his 12th year of being in power. And through his 12 years being in power, he obviously didn't run the affairs of Egypt properly. And at the same time, he gave the Jews nothing but hell by sending out, I forgot the guy's name. Bacchides. He used Bacchides, who was an excellent general, to just be a thorn in our side in that region. So this is what's happening. Now the Most High, this is all the Most High's power and glory and mercy. This is how the Most High shows mercy. He stirs up enemies to our enemies.
Yeah.
To weaken our enemy and to take the focus of our enemy from us and put it on someone else. Listen, we can sit back here and read about the tragedies of Europe, all that crap, and everything going on in Europe and Ukraine. This is the Most High giving Esau a target. And he's taking his mind off of us and is focusing on another Edomite nation. That's the Most High's mercy. This is how he operates. So while Esau is fighting one another, the Most High is preparing our salvation. And we have to look at it that way. And instead of sitting back here and saying, yeah, the fall of Esau's kingdom is coming and all that crap, you better sit back and focus on your salvation and what it's going to take to get your salvation. Because that's what 2nd Ezra, I think it's chapter 9, talks about. If I can quickly find it. This is off script, but I just want to kind of go on this verse real quick. It goes into how
Verse 11.
I think it's right around there, yeah. No, yeah, verse 13. 2nd Ezra 9 and verse 13.
Okay. 2nd Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 13. And therefore, be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished.
Listen, we're supposed to have an idea of the prophecies and how the Most High is going to take this place down and be conscious of the keys the Most High through prophecy lets us know when and how America's going to fall. We got to be conscious of it, but not hyper-focus on it. Why? Read on.
And when?
Mm-hmm.
But inquire how the righteous shall be saved.
Our energy, our inquiry should be on what is it going to take for me to get saved? Yeah. We need to know through prophecy to have an idea of when time is coming to the end. So we can't, the scripture says we should be not ignorant of any one thing. Yeah. So we're not supposed to be ignorant of anything. But at the same time, our hyper-focus can't be about, oh, Esau's going to fall, Esau's about to fall, because that's what the Jew likes to do. We're so braggadocious. We can clearly point out about how quickly Esau's about to fall, how Esau's on borrowed time, which is all facts. But while Esau is on borrowed time, have you sat back here and made your calling and election sure? Have you sat back here and crossed all your T's and dotted your I's and worked on the things inside of you to get yourself in position for salvation? More times than not, we don't. We just look at how the nations are about to fall and not emphasize on how salvation is about to come for the ones who are ready and for the ones who have done the work. Are you done with that verse, sir?
No.
Read but inquire again.
It says, but inquire how the righteous shall be saved, whose the world is, and for whom the world is created.
These are the things. Listen, he's telling you a couple things in that verse. He says whose the world is and who was it created for. So whose the world is for? It was for the Most High. But it was created so that we can sit back here and serve him. But with all that, salvation comes to the ones who understand this and who pattern their lives as close as possible to thinking and operating like Christ wants us to operate. So while everything is collapsing, you better make sure your calling and election is sure. You got something?
Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18. And read verse 6 through 8.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18, verse 6. Of that night were our fathers certified a poor.
So on the night that Moses gathered the children of Israel and led them out of Egypt, he said the Most High had already promised when he had commissioned Moses to do the job and be a leader of the people to bring them out of captivity. He says this was the Most High keeping his promise. Read on.
That assuredly, knowing unto what oaths they had given credence.
Right. And so he says that so that they can understand that the Most High is a man of his word and he fulfills his promises. Read on.
They might afterwards be of good cheer.
So that you can see that because the Most High keeps his word, we can be of good cheer. Read on.
So of thy people was accepted.
It says, so of thy people was accepted what?
Both the salvation of the righteous.
So the salvation of the righteous is simultaneous as what? Read on.
And destruction of the enemy.
So the Most High, the way the Most High does things, as we see Esau's kingdom on the downside, that means that he's getting ready to pull his righteous ones out of that captivity. So that means instead of focusing on, look let me point the finger and look at Esau's downfall and mock Esau's downfall and waste my time paying attention to his downfall. I need to be paying attention to my salvation, because they go together. They go hand in hand. Read on.
Right. For wherewith thou didst punish our adversaries,
Go ahead.
by the same thou didst glorify us.
So when our enemies are being punished, what is the Most High doing with us?
Glorifying us.
So the punishment of our enemies is simultaneous with our glorification
Right.
and our salvation. So as we're witnessing the downfall of one nation or one kingdom, the coming kingdom of Christ is right around the corner. And that should be our focus. Not the downfall of the other nation, but our salvation and our glorification. Read on.
Right. It says, whom thou hadst called.
That's it right there.
Okay, so we're gonna go back on topic and get back to First Maccabee. Well, no, Josephus.
Right.
Book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1.
Well, now 36.
And when it says the soldiers have betrayed it to him. So the soldiers of that governed the Ptolemaic region of Egypt gave their power and position and authority to Alexander Bala over Demetrius, because Demetrius was insolent and he was very hard to access. So let's read that part again. For they that were at enmity with Demetrius.
For they were at enmity with Demetrius on account of his insolence and difficulty of access. For he shut himself up in a palace of his that had 4 towers, which he had built himself, not far from Antioch, and admitted nobody.
He just lets you know you can't lead in isolation. Your presence is necessary to reassure people, to strengthen people, to solve. And people need to see leadership in the front, sacrificing with everyone else.
Guys, this question.
Mhm.
Remember, I had a conversation years and years and years ago with Tazawa.
You know, don't names out there.
Okay, I got you. Slap. It was years ago, bro.
Yeah.
And it was the brother said that the brother said that a particular brother needs somebody to be with him in his battle.
Okay, then it's cool to put
Yeah,
our
okay.
name. Okay, it was cool to bring a person's name.
No,
if
I
it's
wasn't gonna
something
do that.
like
I'm not gonna be a guy like that. But no, there was a brother that was brother was constantly it was a guaranteed L. He wasn't gonna produce. He was unproductive for
I know.
He was
I know what
for
that
like
is. Yes.
years at a time.
If he
and months
weren't
at a time.
physically there, he wasn't going to fight.
And he wasn't, and then he would laugh when he went to the zone and said, "Listen, man, all brother needs is somebody with him next to him in his battle." And he started laughing, and that was my understanding of okay, when you're leadership, sometimes people or the sheep need you right next to him.
Yep.
Brothers used to call it have the ball, put the ball in your hip. Brothers always said put the ball in your hip.
Yep.
But is this talking about Demetrius in that same aspect needs to be on?
To a degree. Because he's the king. So is it necessarily about daily on top of a person, or is this daily dealing with the administration of the kingdom? Maybe a lower ranking officer might have to do something like that, but the leader or the king or whoever they had the Most High, because the Most High put Demetrius there, and the Most High removes Demetrius.
Yeah.
So whatever responsibility you have, are you attending to the responsibility, or you're just delegating every dang thing? Are you always delegating? Or are you going to get your hands dirty on anything? Are they going to see you in the grind with the brothers at all? Or are you just going to sit back here and just be a chief and just not be around and inspire no one? So this is what was the downfall of Demetrius' situation. And you know, the crazy, it doesn't matter. Like Shamshon brought a good point out. I think I thought about it or said it before in the past. Just because he was reared in isolation doesn't justify isolation. Because you ever like counsel with somebody and they tell you why they're sick,
Yeah.
and why they falter, and why they keep falling short.
Yeah.
And then as a counselor, you kind of like you hear it, but you still draw a person back to the point. And then their response is, "You're not listening to me,"
Yeah.
or "You're not understanding where I'm coming from." But the reality is, we do understand what you're coming from. But just because you have a fault, just because there's something inside of you that you've battled for years, doesn't change the fact that the Most High is demanding for your time and energy and the effort that was exerted into you. The Most High is still demanding you operate in a way that pleases him, despite your deficiencies, despite your fears, despite your head trips. Didn't Mattathias say that when he was an older man? He said, I'm going to speak as my age has taught me to. I mean, what the Most High is invested into you, you have to put forth works for the responsibility and the position the Most High has given. If you're the head brother, cool. If you're an elder sister, then you have to operate as if you're an elder sister or an elder brother. So you're an elder brother, but I got these flaws in me, so you got to understand that. How does that work? As sisters, do you sit back and accept that? And you're, man, I've been in the truth 15, 20 years, but you got to understand, the flesh is a beast. Can you say that? Yeah, you got to understand what I went through as a baby, as a youngin', and I'm still fighting these thoughts. And the question is, but aren't you supposed to have overcome this?
At some point.
Aren't you a person that reads the Bible every day? And you're still talking about battling and battling and battling?
You know, the Most High says in Acts, he says he winks at ignorance.
Yeah.
He says, but commanded all men everywhere to repent.
Do you think it's just a men thing?
No, but
It's a women thing too?
That repent means, okay, I'm going to let certain things slide because you don't know no better.
No.
But how long are we going to keep using the excuse that you don't know no better?
Yeah.
That's the point. And that's the same thing sisters say. Yes, I understand, and I'm tripping, but I thought about it, and I'm tripping because it is. That's great that we come to the understanding of why we're sick. That's part of the healing process. But once we understand why we're sick, now we're on the hook to do what?
Change the sickness.
Because if you're ignorant, most I understands the sickness. But now that you know, now you're commanded to repent and change. So why do we keep doing the same sicknesses after you know it's the wrong thing to do? That's just rebellion. So when your counselor or teacher is like, okay, I understand why you're sick. Now it's time to put the work to fix it. Are you going to put the work to fix it or not? It's a very simple question. That men and women are on the hook to change because we are all on the hook to please the Heavenly Father. Right or wrong?
God.
And what we are learning. And then what happens is this. And I'm not throwing anybody on the bus when I say this, but how many sisters can say, yeah, I wasn't taught this when I was a young sister? Right? And the answer is touche. You're right. But the type of thinking that we had in our youth, can you sustain yourself with that type of thinking now? There's no way. Because we were taught a laxness, and we were taught that we can be so free that you can destroy lives with your freedoms. We're free in Christ. We're free in Christ. We were taught that. And all those freedoms we were allotted, we didn't realize how destructive those freedoms were. So we had to sit back and evolve and say, hey, man, it might have been free for us to do this, but all things are lawful, but now what?
Not
Speedy. So then over time, you start realizing, I got to give more. And the freedoms I've been given in the past, they come with consequences.
Right.
So I have to make adjustments. Look at how my decisions affected my family. Look at how my freedoms affected my relationship with my wife. Look at how my freedoms have affected men. I remember, brothers, it was a heavy club culture in the 90s. And I don't blame any elder for doing it because that's what they saw in the early 90s. So if you saw a club culture and you created a club culture behind it, that I get it. But now that you see that what did the club culture do to the men that you were responsible for? Alcoholism. We saw a lot of young men were just alcoholics. Why? It's nothing wrong with me drinking alcohol. But the problem is, you can tell a brother 2 is enough. Well, you can't tell me I can't drink alcohol. You get my point? I see you drinking. But you're drinking 2 drinks and you're shutting it down.
This is you.
You're like, woo! It's like old school. Like, we're going streaking! That's when you drink alcohol. That's what you do.
You get white.
We're going to the quad. Let's go to the quad. We're going to keep this party going. Yeah. That's how you act when you drink.
Or you want to fight the whole club?
Or you want to fight the whole club.
That's the one.
However way you want to play it. Some people can't handle alcohol. Right?
It's good.
Or you're getting sloppy drunk and you're just bringing a different woman home every night. That's what the club brings too. Then you bring STDs home. Then all of a sudden there's a problem at home, or you bring your whole check to the club and you lose your check and rinse tomorrow.
Bro, do that.
I know that. Like, woo, you want to buy the bar, okay? But what happens when you lose that water because you're too drunk? Oh, damn! A war! I need you to throw some more money. We're going to get kicked out of the house. We don't got it, my dude.
It's not.
Then all of a sudden there's a problem. These are all true stories. Maybe not the quad streaking thing, and that wasn't Brother Statement. That was a movie. Everything else is true stories. What's the point? The point is, we all, men included, can explain why we have bad habits. Can explain we saw weakness, we saw flaws, and this is why I'm this way. Just understand, brothers and sisters, that when you make those statements about this is what I saw, this is what I thought was true, just know that's you're half of the way home. Once you can acknowledge this is why I was thinking and this was the motivation behind my sickness, now the battle starts. So now that you know it didn't work, either from the people that you saw or in your own life, now that you know it didn't work, what are you going to do now? Are you going to make the changes necessary to please the Most High? Or are you going to say, because I saw this, I'm just going to keep doing it because I saw people do it? We have to grow up. All of us have to grow up. The Most High gives us time, like Shamshawan said, in our ignorance to make these mistakes. So the consequences are still there, but they are at a minimum and they can be changed. So now that we know better and we truly understand why we did what we did, now we're commanded to actually repent, change, and be better, so we can see the Most High bless us in our lives. Now, with that, let's continue on our topic, because we'll never get, because this line is so damn good. We can go talk about this for weeks, but let's keep going.
He was withal slothful and negligent about the public affairs.
That's a major problem right there. Is when you're in a position of authority, or we say authority, but also in a position of people need you. Because either you have authority or just people need you. What's the difference?
There's no difference.
People need you.
Because you don't get authority unless you understand when you're at a lower rank that people need you. So you got to change because people need you. You don't get the other rank until you understand that concept.
Yeah.
But keep going, sorry.
You're needed, and what you have to offer is necessary, and people are living and breathing off of your decisions, and off of your charity, and off of your desire to see and satiate the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And when a person has the ability to satiate a problem or quench a problem, but they operate negligence, that means people under you have to suffer for extended periods of time.
Yeah.
And that's inhumane.
It's inhumane, but that challenge that you put people through, knowing or unknowing,
Yeah.
was also that student's lesson in christening and learning what Christ is about.
Yeah, exactly.
I say that because we want to play the victim because of another person's ignorance too.
Yeah.
And they want to sit back and use what we suffered under another person as a reason why I shouldn't try again.
Now,
and
I can be ignorant. That is the
point.
hypocrisy in us as individuals.
Yes.
The hypocrisy in us as individuals is because I was neglected, I now have the right to neglect. That's a common
Or
conversation.
I have the right to act up and disrespect and be out of order because I see flaw in you. But listen, I want to kind of get through this, but get you.
Yeah. All I'm centralized to is that you guys know that the suffering you went through was so that you make sure that the people beneath you or the people that need you don't have to necessarily feel the same level of suffering.
Mm-hmm.
That's the purpose of what you do.
But that's why people are slothful and neglectful, because they really don't care about the effect of others. And that's what happened with Demetrius.
And the scripture does say, do not that which thou hatest to another.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the golden rule. If it's something that you experience in the truth, just make sure you don't duplicate the same process that you didn't like yourself.
Yep.
How can you improve upon what was already, not change? Some things in the truth have to be the same. But the things that you feel like, you know what, I saw it destroy men, or that liberty, that freedom destroyed men. Well, let me make sure that we don't just exercise a certain way as a leader to destroy the men that's watching.
Listen, I got to go with this verse. Kariah was perfect. Proverbs 11 and 26. Perfect verse. On topic.
God. Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 26. He that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse him.
And that's the thing. Listen, when you're withholding corn, you're withholding resources. You're withholding an aspect of your spirit that people need. People will curse you because you're withholding answers. You're withholding solutions.
Yeah.
You're withholding what people need. But you know what's crazy is that during the French Revolution, I don't know if people knew this, there was a massive grain shipment that the powers that be, not the kings, not Marie Antoinette, which is the queen, and the king, I forgot, King Louis or whatever the hell his name was, they weren't aware of this. But there were powers that wanted the monarchy banished out of France. You know what they did? They sat back here and they withheld the grain shipments of the people. They withheld the grain shipments on purpose to start riots and to start the uproar and to start the fighting. And then that spawned the ousting of the king and queen. But what did they do? They withheld the wheat and the grain from the people so they couldn't eat. Now, instead of sitting back here and figuring out a way and figuring out how the grain shipment stopped, they just said let them have cake, and things escalated. But they didn't create the issue. They just didn't handle it properly afterwards. That was one of the first, quote-unquote, historical regime change operations that came from a upstart group of people to usurp the leadership of the time. But I'm just bringing that just for a history lesson. But bringing it back to point, when the leadership doesn't provide the body what they need, there is a negative reaction that's going to happen. Read on.
He that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse him, but blessing shall be upon the head of him that selleth it.
So whether you're selling it or you're providing and you're handling the business necessary to keep the people satiated. Yeah. Our job isn't necessarily about providing corn. Our job is to provide spiritual meat to give people what they need.
Yeah.
So if we're withholding that,
yeah,
then curses come to us.
Because why are you withholding that which is necessary
for people's survival? So that's the point. So this is what this guy Demetrius did, and there ended up being consequence to it. Let's get back. Let's go back to Josephus. As a matter of fact, Kariah, you got to get out of here. Take your time. Take your time on the road. Come on.
Those tires still slip, bro.
Tended to it, bro. Go for it. Okay, so let's keep going. In Josephus, we're in the middle. He was slothful and negligent about the public affairs. Then it says, whereby the hatred.
He was withal slothful and negligent about the public affairs, whereby the hatred of his subjects was more kindled against him, as we have elsewhere already related.
Can I make one point? And maybe we can relate to this if you're in the political affairs like the Biden administration.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any of the highways got fixed up. I think we've been riding on crazy highways, potholes, the city, the municipal, situations haven't improved, or you have mayors that
you can't put that on Biden. That's a state thing.
Well, they say that.
That's a state thing.
There's no money. These roads are crazy.
That's what Greg Abbott at. Greg Abbott got to sit back and allocate the money.
Listen, bro.
Just saying.
We're riding crazy out here, bro.
I know.
You go to the east side out here. It's not. You go to the nice side of town. It's not bad, but other places.
I am with you. All I'm saying is you can't put it on Biden. You can't put that one.
I'll put that on.
No, you can put everything on the
It's all Biden.
Listen, he's a bad guy, but that you can't put us in East Side's been had potholes.
I know, but nobody.
Since Reagan,
Nobody does anything about the
East Side had
potholes.
potholes with Reagan. Come on now, with
bro.
Reagan, with
My car's
GW.
messed up.
Huh?
My car's messed up. Under
Yeah,
that.
the only time they'll fix it is if they put a new stadium on the street
There you
in
go.
the hood. When you got a stadium in the hood,
Houston Street's okay.
yeah. You
got a
got
stadium.
you got fancy mailboxes
Yeah.
when they never had mailboxes.
Never.
You got street lights now when they never had street lights.
That's the point.
You got pretty lanes and high bright colors on the
On
lane.
that street,
Yeah.
not in the heart of it. What they might put is a basketball court. They'll put a basketball court on the side.
Yeah, community center.
They're
don't do
trying.
that.
They're
Don't do
trying
that.
now. But it's been bad forever.
I know. But like I said, that's not just a Biden. That's an administrative thing. There's no money in the region thing, and we don't care. Because everywhere else is good.
That's public works.
That's public works. Anyway, let's continue.
Line 37. When therefore Demetrius heard that Alexander was in Ptolemais, he took his whole army and led it against him.
Because now he realized, man, my back's against the wall. This guy's about to take my whole zone out, and I got to bring all of my forces to take this guy out in Egypt. Read on.
He also sent ambassadors to Jonathan about a league of mutual assistance and friendship.
Why is he says, I need those 2,000 hot boys out. Them dudes going to fight. I need them. I need these boys to throw hands and go at them.
Yeah.
So I need some more troops. Because you know the problem is, it's hard to find troops that are fighting for something. During these times, most of these armies were pay-to-play armies. They were mercenaries. So it's hard to establish allegiance with mercenaries. So if you have a mercenary army, you need motivated mercenaries. So let's go to Jonathan and try to bribe Jonathan and his men with stability in their empire for their fighting forces. And this is what they're thinking. Okay, let's keep going.
For he resolved to be beforehand with Alexander, lest the other should treat with him first and gain assistance from him.
So now this is a chess play. If I'm Demetrius, if I get Jonathan on my side, the battlefield is going to be the Levant. And I said that before. The Levant is the region of Tyre, Philistia, Jerusalem, Syria, and Edom, and Ammon, and Moab. That region is the battlefield. They're not going to fight in Antioch, and they're not going to fight in Egypt. They're going to fight in that middle space. This was what Daniel's 11 was about. Daniel's 11 was about all the wars. The majority of those wars happened in the Levant area, not in Egypt and not necessarily in Antioch. It was about fighting in this Levant area and all the people in that region having to suffer the consequences for these two Edomite families fighting one another. So the war is going to go right back into that Middle East region for supremacy.
Yeah.
So they're going to be like, who are the greatest fighters and most inspired fighters of the region? Get them on my side and let them tear up their region by themselves, and I'll promise them some titles and some positions, whatever. Okay, read on.
Line 38. And this he did out of the fear he had, lest Jonathan should remember how ill Demetrius had formerly treated him, and should join with him in this war against it.
So he's like, I need to make sure I circumvent Alexander Bala and get him on my side before Alexander gives him a better offer and he switches sides. Read on.
He therefore gave orders that Jonathan should be allowed to raise an army, and should get armor made, and should receive back those hostages of the Jewish nation whom Bacchides had shut up in the citadel of Jerusalem.
So the thinking was, let's get this man some real weapons. And let's get him some real armor, because they didn't have that. This is what they were made. This is why they're recruiting Jonathan. They sat back here and gave the Greek army fits without proper armor, without proper swords, real ragtag. He said, if they were able to sit back here and fight us ragtag to certain stalemates, then man, what are they going to do when they have proper army, proper training, proper weapons? What can they do for me with that situation? And Israel, the Jews, have been instruments of war, whether it was during the time of Persia, early Greece, even Rome. We fought for them And there was a lot of success that came from it. So let's continue.
When this good fortune had befallen Jonathan, by the concession of Demetrius, he came to Jerusalem and read the king's letter in the audience of the people, and of those that kept the citadel.
So he sat back here and read the king's letter with the king's seal. Just like Ezra did when he came down from Babylon to Jerusalem. Because the only thing that gets the Jew to listen is Edomite paperwork. It's the truth, huh? Listen, the Jew will lock in if I say, hey, Greg Abbott sent me a letter saying y'all got to lock in. Yes, sir, what can we do for you? If Greg Abbott said it, we'll do it. This is the problem, huh? Listen, they weren't listening to Jonathan. Jonathan was on the run, living in the swamp side, until the white man validated him. Then all the Jews validated him.
That's all you had to say?
Yeah.
Why'd you take so long? This is the problem. This is how the Jew acts. When it's federal, we'll listen.
Yeah.
Or, to be specific, if there's a penalty of getting thrown in jail, if you don't do it,
Oh,
then
everybody
they'll
listens.
listen.
Everybody
But
listens.
that's the point. That's what when letters from Greg Abbott come in, that's when you know it's serious. For those of y'all who's had child support, when you see Ken Paxton, Greg Abbott back in the day, you knew he meant business side. You knew them letters like, okay, when does this start? How long? There's no more running no more. The gig is up. The gig is up. There's no running. I got to deal with this now. Because we respect Esau's power. We don't respect the power that the Most High puts into the hands of men based off of their humility and their dedication. So, read that part on. Read that when it says, he says he read it read, he therefore gave orders that Jonathan should be allowed. No, matter of fact, yeah, do that. Read that part where it says he therefore gave orders that Jonathan should be allowed to raise an army.
He therefore gave orders that Jonathan should be allowed to raise an army, and should get armor made, and should receive back those hostages of the Jewish nation whom Bacchides had shut up in the citadel of Jerusalem.
Don't forget, Bacchides came down and snatched all of the leaders of the surrounding cities, and in Jerusalem, he swapped their children out and had them all as prisoners in Accra. I'll show you that picture of Accra. Accra is that tower, that jail cell / military garrison right below the temple. So all of the leaders' sons and children in the adjoining regions of Israel had their sons there as what? As a guarantee of their obedience, like the Romans did to the actual Greeks. If your kid is in another country being in jail, you're going to comply. And this is what's happening here. Read on.
When this good fortune had befallen Jonathan by the concession of Demetrius, he came to Jerusalem and read the king's letter in the audience of the people, and of those that kept the citadel.
Before we read the actual letter, or we go on to the next step, it said, when this good fortune had befallen Jonathan. And this is a very important thing to be conscious of, because it was good fortune, but why was it good fortune? It was good fortune because it was a reward from the Most High for Jonathan's obedience. And the funny thing about blessings is that you know it's from the Most High when you don't plan it, when you don't orchestrate it, when you don't manipulate the situation. And I'm trying to get y'all also to know how you know it's of the Most High when something good happens to you. Because so many times in our life we try to manufacture a solution, manufacture a way out of our problems, manufacture a way out of our issues and our pain. And whenever we manufacture issues or manufacture solutions, more times than not, the Most High don't bless you. He doesn't bless you when you manufacture your solution. Jonathan was more than content with staying in that swamp and maintain that ragtag army and just serving the Most High and making sure the Most High was a priority and suffering and fighting mosquitoes as long as possible until the Most High provided the solution. It's very important to understand that, because when we're suffering, when we're hurting, when we're losing, our first inclination is to what do I have to do to fix my situation? What do I have to create? What decision I need to make to fix the hell I'm going through? And the solution always is about fixing your outlook and learning how to wait. I'm going to go to Genesis real quick. Genesis chapter 2, verse 21 through 25. And the reason I'm going here is to show how the Most High manufactured a blessing for Adam. Because we're going to see, did Adam sit back here, have a need, and manufacture his solution? Or did the Most High sit back here and send him a blessing the way he wanted to send him a blessing? Read that.
Genesis chapter 2 and verse 21. And the Most High caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof.
Now we know from reading Genesis chapter 2 that Adam was a nation. Adam was a nation of people. Adam wasn't just one dude, and he took some bone marrow. The Most High took some bone marrow out of his body and made him a woman from his own blood. That's not how things went, and how I can prove that. Where is that verse? It's in, let me see. It is in, I think it's in chapter 5. Yes. Read Genesis 5, verse 1 and 2.
Genesis chapter 5 and verse 1. This is the book of the generations of Adam, in the day that the Most High created man. In the likeness of the Most High made he him. Male and female created he them.
So when he says that the Most High made Adam, in the day that the Most High created, or the powers created man, man is talking about male and female was in that beginning. And the Most High created male and female. So read verse 2 again.
Verse 2. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam.
Adam was a nation of people. A nation of women, a nation of men. The entire nation was called Adam. Now with that nation being called Adam, there still was a man also called Adam. So with this individual man named Adam, and the nation were referred to as Adamites. So what the Most High does now in Genesis 2 and 21, read it again.
Genesis chapter 2 and verse 21. And the Most High caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam.
So a deep sleep is not talking about the Most High, this is the first surgery that ever happened. And the Most High put Adam under some anesthetics and knocked him out. Gave him some biblical codeine out and knocked him out. That's not what it is. This is what the Most High is saying when he says he put Adam under a deep sleep. What he's explaining is how the Most High blesses. The Most High had and created a blessing for Adam, even though he wasn't aware that a blessing was being created and prepared for him. This is how you look at blessings in general. That's how you know it's of the Heavenly Father. You didn't script it, you didn't prep it, you didn't plan it, it just came out of nowhere. And it lasts. So the Most High was preparing a blessing for Adam under his nose, under his consciousness, even though there was men and women that were Adamites at this time. Because when you read in Genesis chapter 1, the Most High made male and female in the, I think it was the 4th year, the 4th day, the 4,000 year. And then he made man with the knowledge of the Most High in the 6th day, if I'm not mistaken.
That was the fifth.
It was the 5th. I could be wrong. That's why I'm double checking. So I'm double checking. Yeah, it was the 5th day. The 5th day, he made man with the knowledge. The 4th day, he created all the living creatures, including men, including the nations. Don't forget, there were the nations were created in the 4th day, the 4,000 year. In the 5,000 year, man and women were given the knowledge. So Adam was on earth without a wife. Did he sit back here and go on Bible Tender Rack and go find some ribs out? No, he didn't. The Most High sent him a woman that was meat for him under his nose. Why am I explaining that? All we're showing now is how blessings are presented and how they're created. They are created and put together under your nose without you being conscious of it happening. So whether you're a wife, a woman looking for a husband, or a wife or man looking for a woman, stop looking and prepare your mind on pleasing the Most High. Didn't we just read about how we shouldn't be thinking about how the wicked are going to get punished? Stop looking at how things are going to go down and focus on your righteousness. Focus on your obedience. And if you focus on your obedience, then the Most High will put you under a deep sleep and prepare something for you that's meant for you. This is how you have to process blessings, or the expectation of blessings, or the expectation of something good in your life. Focus on your obedience, and the Most High will send you what you need as a reward for your obedience. Okay, so continue in Genesis 2.
Genesis chapter 2, verse
Just give me 21 again.
Verse 21. And the Most High caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib, which the Most High had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman.
There's a verse in, I think it's Samuel, 2 Samuel, when the 12 tribes came to David and said, we are flesh of your flesh and bone of your bone. Proving that flesh of your flesh and bone of your bone just means of your own nation. We are one and we're of your own nation. So this woman that the Most High had presented to Adam was of his own nation, instead of dealing with the nations that were created in the 4,000th year. So the Most High had prepared Eve from the nation, from the Adamite nation, for him as a reward for his obedience. Read on.
This is now bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh.
One flesh, one mind. Read on.
And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed.
The nakedness meant they were naive, they were innocent, and they weren't ashamed of their innocence. It had nothing to do with not having physical clothes on. They were naive to sin. They were ignorant to sin. They were moldable in the eyes of the Most High. And because of Adam's pure intention is why he was blessed with help, and the help that was meet or right for him. We only went here to explain how the Most High blesses. He blesses you when you're not looking for it, when you're under a deep sleep, but you're not consciously under a deep sleep. You're just not focusing on what you're not getting out the deal. You're focused on pleasing the Most High, and that's where your focus and your energy is. Until the Most High brings it right in your face, and there's no way to explain it. Are we clear on that? Now let's go back to 1 Maccabees, chapter 10 and verse 7.
1 Maccabees, chapter 10 and verse 7.
We're going to read to verse 9 before we stop.
Then came Jonathan to Jerusalem, and read the letters in the audience of all the people.
Listen, because right now his life went from 0 to 100 overnight. Can you imagine sitting back here? You're living in tents. You and your family and all the men, all these soldiers, their families are running for their lives, and they're desolate, they're broken down. Their faith is being challenged. Then automatically out of nowhere, you get a letter from King Demetrius saying, listen, bro, the war is over. We want you on your side. We want you on our side. And we're going to give you power we're going to give you the money to sit back and allocate it to weapon upgrades, armor upgrades, and we can sit back here and give you the power to take all those young people out of prison. What does that do for Jonathan? If Jonathan now has the power to bring all these people out of jail. Now the rest of the men that are leading the surrounding Israelite towns are now in what to you? Now they're in debt to you. They appreciate you, and they all acknowledge that you have the power. But this is how the Most High sits back here and changes all of our lives. The scripture does say the Most High in an instant can make a poor man what?
Rich upon himself.
What does that mean? That just means he has the power to change your destitute situation overnight. So the question is, can you stay in order until the Most High completely changes your life? Can you show the Most High that your servitude is not predicated on having something? And when you can show the Most High that your service and your love to the Most High isn't predicated on gain, then the gain comes. Then overnight, you get what you're looking for. I'm just showing you how the Most High thinks, how the Most High works through us. And if you worked through them in this form of fashion, it's the same way with us. The only difference is we're just not conscious of the level of work and commitment it takes for the Most High to acknowledge us. That's why we're living the life we're living now, because we have to learn how hard we have to work, how committed we have to be, and how laser focused we have to commit ourselves to before he sends us the things that we need or that we think we need. Okay. Yes. That's it. Okay. Well, no. It's fifth.
Yeah, the fifth is the beast, and then the sixth is the actual man with the knowledge.
Okay, so listen, I could be wrong whether it's fourth or fifth or fifth and sixth when the day was created, when man was created versus. So if it was the fifth day where man was created, then the sixth day, well, all living creatures. It's all living creatures. It's including man, because man is referred to as creatures. So, and it's the fifth day, all living creatures were created. The sixth day was man with the knowledge was created. Okay, I said 4 and 5, just for clarification's sake. Now let's get to 1 Maccabees chapter 10, and let's continue in verse, yeah.
1 Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 7. Then came Jonathan to Jerusalem and read the letters in the audience of all the people, and of them that were in the tower, who were sore afraid when they heard that the king had given him authority to gather together an host.
So now the people that were living in Accra, the pro-Greek police, the pro-Greek faction, now was in fear that Jonathan had been given power by Demetrius, because now they're like, okay, Jonathan's going to sit back here and start wrecking us and start killing us. When it was the other way around, when those Jews that were pro-Greek were proactive against Jonathan and those 2,000 men. Don't forget, they were sitting back here putting cases on all those men. They were wanted men. Yeah. They were wanted for questioning. They were getting beat. They were getting tortured by these same guys that are now hiding up in Accra, releasing these prisoners. Okay? So once again, the tables are turning for the righteous, and they're going left for the wicked. And this is how you have to look at the conditions the Most High has us all in. If the Most High can make a poor man rich, that means the Most High can make the negative person that's on top. He can drop any minute. Just like even David said in Psalm 73, how the wicked are on thin ice. Nobody knows when they're going to collapse. You just know it's going to happen. So, let's continue.
Verse 9. Whereupon they of the tower delivered their hostages unto Jonathan, and he delivered them unto their parents.
So he delivered them unto their parents, and the Most High sat back here and rewarded Jonathan for his obedience, and put everybody, or at least temporarily, the region shifted towards Jonathan being a leader of the realm. Now let's go back to Josephus and continue in Josephus. I don't have the lines in my Josephus.
For those that have the book. Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 2, line 40, page 337. Then these were read. These wicked men and deserters who were in the citadel were greatly afraid upon the king's permission to Jonathan to raise an army and to receive back the hostages. So he delivered every one of them to his own parents. And And thus did Jonathan make his abode at Jerusalem.
And at that point, he stopped sitting back here and living on the road, in the woods, like a backpacker camp.
Yeah.
Now he gets stabilized. Now, you ever seen those backpacker camps? We had bought some land a while ago. We unfortunately was like in Backpackerville.
Yeah.
And you sit back, and we're checking out the land, and we're seeing how it was a blessing, and like 40 kilometers, not 40 kilometers, like 40 paces down, you see all these big tent lights.
Different worlds back there.
There's a whole world. Like, what the hell's going on?
It's like the medieval forest era.
It's like Sherwood Forest.
Yeah, there's Sherwood
going out
Forest.
here, there's people in tents, and there's all type of clothes and food products. Like, what's going on? People are living out here in the woods.
Yeah.
And there's like multiple tents, and you go further down, there's a big tent city.
Yeah.
Then you see a burnt up. Remember, there was a burnt up car out.
Stolen.
Like it was like somebody was burning evidence out. You just don't put a car in the back there for nothing. They're burning DNA. DNA's being burnt. Blood's being burnt up. DNA, vital DNA for a case is being eliminated. Then you had like boats are in there, like broken up boats. You're like, what's going on in here? Then all of a sudden you're talking with brothers, and it's just some guy walks past you. Like, what the hell is this? Then the thought was, we got to bring peace out. We got to bring peace out. You don't know what's happening out here in these streets. Imagine living like that every day. It was hot. It was hot outside too. It was like 90 to 100 degrees outside.
They have a little small camp on Austin Highway where all those. Remember that bridge where they had that the water came and all those cars got caught up in the storm?
Yeah.
Well, behind the area, there's where all the bamboo plants are at. They have a small tent city back there too. It's a way to survive, bro.
Listen, it's tough, but that tent city survival scenario. This is what Jonathan had to do. Now they're in Jerusalem. He's like, forget this, bro. I'm gonna be in a city.
And in Vegas, they have the underground tunnels.
Oh, I saw that, bro. That's horrible.
Most cities out.
Yeah.
Man.
And there's literal hundreds of people in these mole cities.
Yeah.
Anyway, point is, how about living in a mole city for God? Because you chose serving the Most High.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the scary thing. These guys are in mole cities or in these cities because they love drugs.
Yeah.
It's true. They're on heroin and stuff like that. But Jonathan was in a tent city for the Most High's sake.
That's tough.
That is real. That is real. So now they come out of that situation, and now he's able to sit back here and live in Jerusalem and get reestablished and acclimated into that power structure. Okay, so let's continue.
Line 41. And thus did Jonathan make his abode at Jerusalem, renewing the city to a better state.
And he didn't, but the thing is this. What's the difference between Jonathan and Demetrius? Jonathan sat back here and took his resources and income to cover himself and make his life comfortable. Jonathan took the resources and the newfound power he has to strengthen the walls, strengthen the city, protect the people. He took the resources and did the right thing with the resources, because that's the next step for anybody that gets into leadership. When you sit back and read all throughout Kings and Chronicles, you can tell the good kings from the bad kings based off allocation of resources. Where do the resources go? Are the resources going back to building towers and forts in the city, rebuilding the walls, reteaching the people? Are you investing into the nation, or are you investing into idolatry and comforts and pleasures? That's how you know the caliber of person you're dealing with. Let's continue.
And reforming the buildings as he pleased. For he gave orders that the walls of the city should be rebuilt with square stones, that it might be more secure for their enemies.
So once again, the first thing he did was rebuild the walls. Don't forget, during Judas's time, Antiochus Jupiter made them tear down a portion of the wall so that the Greeks can have entry into it. So now the thought was, okay, we're going to have to sit back and secure that a broken wall. We got to lock it in. We have to secure these walls like we once did before, so that enemies can't come in and out. That's the first thing you do, is secure your perimeter. Read on.
And when those that kept the garrisons that were in Judea saw this, they all left them and fled to Antioch.
So he says, the people that saw that were in these garrisons, they start getting the hell out of these garrisons because now there's no protection. the people in these garrisons, they're protected because they know reinforcements can come in whenever they want to. Now those reinforcements are getting shut down. So like now we're going to be stuck in this island with all these people against us. We might want to get ahead of this and get away to protect ourselves. Read on.
Excepting those that were in the city of Bethsura, and those that were in the citadel of Jerusalem.
So he said, in all of these garrisons that were even surrounding Jerusalem and Bethsura, they got out of those garrisons because they knew that they had protection from Jerusalem, and they knew the gig was up, so to speak, because the garrisons in these surrounding cities were only strengthened, predicated on, let me see, I'm trying to get images of the region so we can explain it a little better. No, not that one. This is a good one. All these cities that were in the region that were still Israelite cities, whether it was Beth Horon, Emmaus, Itasa, Jericho, all these cities had garrisons inside of the city. But once Jonathan started setting up and clearing up Jerusalem, all those other men who had their sons return to them started locking down their regions also. So when they regained their power with their sons being brought, because the son who kept them in obedience with the Greeks. Yeah. So now the sons will return. Now we can lock down and fortify our cities like Jonathan is fortifying Jerusalem. So everybody kind of followed suit except for Bethsura. You look at Bethsura, it's the southernmost city of Jerusalem. Bethsura wasn't fortified because that was the one that was the most heavily Greek fortified of the cities, and they were adjoining right next to Idumea. Oh. That area was still weak, and the Greek presence wasn't eradicated, and also the Greek presence was not eradicated in Jerusalem all the way because of that dang citadel situation. That citadel was like a thorn in the Jews' side.
So these were infections inside of our nation.
That still hadn't been eradicated. So Bethsura and the far south and Acra still wasn't wiped out.
But you can see on a physical level how that happens in our spirit.
Huh?
There's always these little forts, the little forts of our vices.
Pride forts.
These little demons, and these little elements.
Negative, yeah.
These negative elements. You know, we are technically clean. You know, by law, we're technically clean, if you can say that. But in our spirit and our mind, there's still forts of pride. There's still a little infection of Eurocentric thinking, thinking that economy will make me happy versus the Spirit of the Lord.
God.
There's still elements of who I used to be, the past, the addictions. Mm-hmm. It mirrors in the physical realm too.
It's perfect that you're explaining that, because I've met and counseled with a lot of people that feel because I have a negative thought that never shakes, it's because I'm meant to go back in the world. Or this negative thought that keeps riding me is confirmation as to why this might not be for me.
Yep.
I know a lot of people that sit back here, I keep having this negative thought hit me. And because it hits me, it must mean that the Most High is not really with me, or it must mean that I'm not chosen to finish this thing at the end.
I can't do this.
But in reality, that thought that keeps eating at you is your version of Acra. Yep. That negative thought that keeps haunting you, that keeps pulling for more, is just your version of Acra, that little wicked citadel in your city that just has strong walls.
It won't remove.
Yeah. And the scripture says where good is, evil's present.
Everybody got some Acra in them. Yeah. Got an Acra citadel in them that's not giving up that fort.
I mean, that's why the scripture in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, he says that we bring down every stronghold, casting down strongholds and imaginations and bringing them in captivity under Christ. Because the stronghold is just that Acra, that fort. But there's psychological strongholds and there's physical strongholds.
Yep. And it's just important to understand. I'm just telling people who are battling things, just because a thought keeps riding you doesn't mean this thought is gonna be the end of you. Or this thought is confirmation that it wasn't meant to be. People really think that way, and they get desperate.
The people that really have 100% pure thoughts.
It's just pure smiling.
No, the intention is 100% 24. That's the goal.
Yes.
And you're supposed to resist anything that goes contrary to that spiritual goal.
Yep.
But let's not act like there's just, there's no, these forces don't have any type of ability to penetrate your mental walls.
Yep.
Through your marriage, through your emotionalism, through your loneliness, through your depression, through your isolation. What we do is we give place to the devil. Scripture says, give not place to the devil. What is place? We open up zones for Satan to enter into it. It's Satan enter into us. For example, we're on the wrong side of town. You know you shouldn't be on the side of town. You got a lot of bad experiences over here.
Yeah.
What we do, go by the side of town. Boom.
Because you kind of like that side of
You
town.
kind of like the side of town. Then you look up Facebook. I shouldn't be following these people. But curiosity killed the cat. Let me follow. Oh, now you got the envy demon.
Yeah.
You invite the envy demon.
Yeah.
Or boom, you bring up a conversation. Your marriage is healing. And you bring up that same old conversation that makes y'all fight like cats and dogs.
Yeah.
Why do you bring that conversation back up?
Yeah.
I just can't get over that thought. I get it. But now y'all regress 3 months to 3 years, whatever y'all's situation was, y'all regress and go back to that point of conflict that was never solved. That should be solved in counsel. But y'all aren't solving much each other. So what's the point? We leave space and give place to Satan, and Satan uses those opportunities to get back into your conscience and back into your mind and make it priority over your spiritual goal. And what's our spiritual goal? Pure thinking, pure thoughts, obedience, repentance, restoration, change, and service. That's the spiritual goal. Anything contrary to that is fighting for attention. So why am I giving it attention? Why am I giving it focus? Why am I making it paramount in my life?
Because it's been a part of me for a long time.
Yeah.
That's why it's a stronghold. It's something in me that I haven't let go of or healed from, or I haven't fixed. Or it's unresolved. And the damaging side is that, if we get to a point where we, like the scripture said in Hebrews 11, if we sin willfully, get that real quick. Hebrews 11, I think it's 26.
Hebrews chapter 11.
Yep, that's it.
In verse 26. Hebrews chapter 11. Hebrews 10.
Is it 10:26?
Mm-hmm.
What we said willfully?
Yep, that's it. 10:26.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 26. For if we sin willfully.
So what does that mean? That means I'm not even going to try no more. That means I'm not even going to try.
Yeah.
That means if I'm going to sin willfully, that means I know it's wrong. I'm not even going to try to change. I'm not even going to try to fix the issue. I'm just going to accept the fact that I'm just evil.
I was supposed to say.
I'm just negative, and there's nothing that can be done.
Yeah.
And this is just a part of me. This is who I am.
That's who I am.
So I'm not even going to change. Well, if you get to that point where you're not going to start fixing those strongholds within yourself, read on.
For if we sin willfully, after that we have received the knowledge of the truth,
Go ahead.
there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins.
Well, why would the Most High forgive you for something that you're just not even going to try to fix? A lot of times the Most High is blessing the effort. There's all kind of strongholds in us, but do we have a willing mind to fix it?
Yeah.
Do we have a willing approach to say I want to remove these issues? Well, let's get back to it. You can let that go.
No, so we're good. So let's continue. Now let me see. Let's keep going in Josephus.
Okay, let me start back at 42 or right where we left off.
Where are we left off?
And those that were in the slaughter. For the greater part of these was of the wicked Jews and deserters. And on that account, these did not deliver up their garrison.
So the wicked Jews still didn't give up their control. And you can sit back here and take this concept, the brothers are bringing it out perfectly, and read it all the way back to when we had our empire. And the Jews kept sitting back here and serving in the high places. There's always been high place Israelites. There's always been Israelites that have chosen their individual path over locking into the body and what the body needs. You're never going to eliminate that. as a whole, as a nation. And even with the negative inside of us, the best we can do in some of the negative is to fight to subdue it. Can you fight every day to control it? When you sit back and read in Corinthians about Paul prayed on 3 separate occasions to take the ailments that the Most High allowed him to have to battle, to take it away. And the Most High said, listen, my grace is sufficient for thee. What does that mean? Even Paul in all his greatness, had to fight with ailments in his flesh or ailments that attacked his flesh. And that the Most High is not going to let us operate and serve the Most High unimpeded and without certain battles that aggravate us. That's not going to happen. You're going to serve the Most High, live and do that which is right, and still have this negative and this negative that you have to resist inside of yourself. I'm trying to explain that because we sometimes religiously think because we serve the Most High and we study, spirits are supposed to stay gone. The scripture said, resist the devil and he shall what? Flee. Does that mean he won't come back? He will come back, which means there's certain negative that you have to face, certain issues of self-loathing, self-hatred, fear, abandonment. There's going to be things that keep riding and pressing you, and our job as Israelites are to overcome the aspects in ourselves that we can overcome and to keep at bay the things that we have to fight to keep at bay. You understand that? Because this is what's happening with this Acura citadel. Jonathan and them, you don't think they want to sit back here and eliminate this issue? But they couldn't. So they had to sit back here and manage it and try to control it as much as they could. No different than during the time of the Persian and Mede Empire. Remember with Nehemiah? Weren't they trying to eliminate that Tobiah influence?
Yeah.
They were trying to eliminate it, but they couldn't. Those Tobiahs were going to be there. They weren't going no damn where.
Yeah.
Unclean spirits don't like to leave either.
So that negative was going to be that thorn in our side, and we had to be vigilant to stay on top of ourselves. And certain leaders managed it properly. Others gave in to that weak environment. Just like with us. If you fight every day, you can manage that weakness. But if you get weak, that weakness overruns you. I'm just trying to help us understand the nature of our battle and the nature of that aggravation that's constantly heavy over your head. So with that great victory the Most High brought out of nowhere, while Jonathan was asleep or unaware that the Most High was working for him, with that good, there was so that evil that was present at the citadel that he couldn't remove no matter how hard he tried. Okay? That's just how we have to look at life. And not panic because the evil still is there. So, we're continuing on Josephus.
Paragraph 2.
No, we finished 2. We finished 1?
Finish one.
Hold that. Let's go back into 1 Maccabees 10 and verse 10.
1 Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 10. This done, Jonathan settled himself in Jerusalem and began to build and repair the city. And he commanded the workmen to build the walls and the Mount Zion round about with square stones for fortification. And they did so. Then the strangers that were in the fortresses which Bacchides had built fled away.
And he's talking about those fortresses that Bacchides had built around the cities that were around Jerusalem. Those fortresses, they were getting ran out of them because those men's children, those leaders' children were brought back to them. Everything changes now. Read on.
Insomuch as every man left his place and went into his own country.
And all these nations that had power and political influence, because they had the right from King Demetrius to do so, now they had to go back to their home. Now they couldn't exploit our people anymore. Read on.
Only at Bethsuris, certain of those that have forsaken the law and the commandments remain still.
Because Bethsura was the strongest of the Edomite strongholds that was in Jerusalem. It was the strongest, and that hadn't been broken yet. Read on.
For it was
Don't
their
forget.
place-
Remember when the elephants first came on the scene with Ptolemy with Antiochus Jupiter?
Yeah.
They first locked down Bethsura, and then Judas and his men had to go all the way to Jerusalem to kind of defend that area. And Bethsura hadn't been lost since, had been a Greek province since. Well, let's continue.
For it was their place of refuge. Now when King Alexander had heard the promises that Demetrius had sent unto Jonathan.
So now we have Alexander Bolus said, okay, Demetrius sat back and sent him a letter and gave him some power. Let me do the same now and let me, Alexander Bala, give Jonathan an offer he can't refuse. Okay, read on.
When also it was told to him of the battles and noble acts which he and his brethren had done, and of the pains that they had endured, he said, shall we find such another man? Now therefore...
Meaning, are we going to find a man that is as motivated as he is to take down Demetrius? That's what it means. They're fighters and they're motivated. And like I mentioned earlier, this war was a war based on a bunch of mercenaries. And like we've read in previous chapters, when Judas fought all these mercenaries, you punch them in the mouth once or twice, and they're done. Because they're just fighting for hire.
And then you got Demetrius has put to death two of Jonathan's brothers,
Done.
both Judas and John.
Done.
So there's got to be some get back in the back of his mind.
Done. So he's like, do you think this is the perfect guy to have on our side? Because he's going to control the region. This guy is the linchpin to controlling the region. But who would have thought Jonathan and 2,000 men who were in the damn swamps would be the linchpin to the region? Who would have thought that? Even I was watching there's this story about remember in Judges about Ehud?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the time of the judges, and it was Ehud was the king of Moab, and the Most High had chosen this Benjamite brother who was supposed to be the judge of the time. And what made him so special? What he believed in him. I think his name was Othniel. Othniel.
Othniel.
I think that was his name. But when you read about Othniel, what did he naturally have? They said he was a left-hander, right?
Yeah, he's left-handed.
So when he went to meet Ehud, which was a Moabite, the men of the region in the time, most of the men in the region at the time were right-handed, right? So when you were sitting back here and patting guys down, you were going to pat the men down on their left side. Because if I have a sheath, it's going to be on my left side. If I'm a righty, and I'm going to pull out that sheath, and I'm going to kill you. They said Ehud was a lefty. So they didn't pat him down on his right side. And that's how he got in. And he came in there and killed Ehud, put the two-edged sword in his belly, and walked out scot-free. What's the point of what I'm saying? The Most High chose a left-handed man to do a job that most of these guys, that was inconspicuous to the guards to fulfill his will. All I'm saying is the Most High sits back here too many times and blesses us because we were the right men and women at the right time. It's not because we're special. It's not because we're just these super great people. We were obedient and we were chosen. And it's a very humbling process to realize you're not as special as you think. And you're only as special as your obedience lies. You're only as important as you're willing to be moldable and adaptable for the Most High's purpose. If we make ourselves to be greater than that, we are delusional and we're disconnected. Jonathan was obedient and he was willing to take the challenge of fighting, even though fighting was not his strong suit, right or wrong. And because he just tried to fight and humbly do his job, Moses said, okay, Jonathan, I'm going to use you to help get Israel that step closer to peace. Because what we're going to read, Jonathan didn't even get the nation to complete peace. It was his brother that came in, and he brought complete peace to the region. So the Most High is still incrementally using people for his purpose. And it's not about how great you are or how important you are. It's did you sit back here and do your job at the time you were required to do your job. Don't forget that.
So we don't have to be war heroes of biblical pastime.
Kind of.
You know, but the Most High could still use us for our capacity, for where we are based upon our level of faith and obedience.
And can we sit back here and obey to do the thing that we're not good at? Because we sat back here all the time, and we want to sit back here and we want to run from the things that we're not good at.
But
Focus on our strength.
On the 1 to 2 qualities we have that shine, and then complain why people aren't asking for those 1 to 2 qualities all the time.
Because, like, for instance, what was Jonathan doing for Judas back in the day? Jonathan was a good what for? Jonathan was a good what for Judas?
Counselor.
He was a counselor. So a counselor deals with what? What makes sense? What is prudent?
Yeah.
But sometimes the will of the Most High has nothing to do with prudence.
Yeah.
It's about courage. For what the Most High needed in the beginning, he needed a courageous man who took risk. Jonathan slightly balanced him out a little bit. But Judas was still going to ride or die, regardless of the damn scenarios. But you needed that to break the ground to get things established. But then, before the Most High allowed Jonathan to just be in pure counsel mode, he made Jonathan do what Judas was doing. You got to be a warrior, just like your brother. And you can't be the counselor thinker guy right now. Because when it's time to go to war, it's time to go to what? And then he did it, and it wasn't perfect. But the Most High is still saying, you got to go try and fight in an arena where you're weak at, before I put you in a position where you're strong at. So now after he showed his weakness and vulnerability and still did it, and it didn't turn out perfect, then he says, okay, you showed me you're willing to do things you're not comfortable. Now I'm going to put you in your strong suit. Now you can play this political game. Now you sat back here and took the Demetrius deal, but you're also going to sit back here and listen to Alexander's deal and probably take it if it's a better deal. What you going to say?
Exodus chapter 4, verse 10 and 11. Because what happens is a lot of people, they kind of have an idea about what they're good at. They kind of have an idea about, this is my strength, this is my forte. I'm a math and science guy. I'm not a history and English guy. I'm an
numbers.
Actor.
I'm science.
Yeah,
science.
I'm an actor. I'm a liberal guy. I'm a liberal arts guy. I'm a painter. I'm not a historian.
You walk around here with no shoes and some jeans and got paint on them.
Basquiat style. Yeah. But we like to offer to the Most High what we're strong at and not what we're vulnerable to, because we don't like looking weak, and we don't like looking like we're incompetent.
Yep.
Read that.
Exodus chapter 4 and verse 10. And Moses said unto the Most High, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither therefore nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue.
So Moses is trying to convince the Most High, I don't really want this job because I'm not a good orator. I'm slow of speech, I'm slow of tongue, I can't communicate the right way to these people. Moses was already handpicked by the Most High. But what is Moses doing? Moses is trying to control what the service of the Lord based upon what he feels like he's insecure about.
Yep.
His insecurity is, I'm slow of speech, I'm slow of tongue.
Yep.
But what did the Most High tell him regardless of his insecurity? Read on.
Well, real quick, before you go into that, I just want to clarify the slow of speech. Why was Moses slow of speech in Hebrew?
Because he was raised with the Egyptians.
He was raised speaking Egyptian. He wasn't sitting back here like he was talking like Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
I can't do it, Johnny. And he wasn't saying that. He was sitting back here saying, I am eloquent in Egyptian, and I'm speaking choppy Hebrew. And what is he saying? He's a perfectionist. So if I'm not perfect in this arena, they're not going to buy me. Because really, that was a concern already that they weren't going to buy him. And you know what's messed up? They didn't buy him. Because as soon as he backed the Jews up and killed the Egyptian, what they say?
We don't buy you.
We don't buy you. That's what they said.
That's
They
right.
said, man, you want to sit back here and kill the Egyptian? Like, what? They're already showing them they don't buy him.
Yep.
They look at him as a sellout. Oh, you sat back. You got a college education. How dare you? You ain't with us. You ain't down with the movement. You know how many times I've heard that? You sound like you got education. You sound like you acting like you smart, like you better than us. Damn, I'm supposed to be like this, man. I gotta say everything with a man and dog for to be believed, dog. To be like I'm down with the brothers.
That's true, man.
That's true, man.
Yeah.
I gotta have gold in my mouth. There was a brother who had gold because I didn't have gold, Doc, and I told him that there was an issue.
I don't believe you.
I'm dead serious.
Well, you a schoolboy.
I'm a schoolboy. Like, damn, I'm gonna be like this dog. I'm gonna be like this dog.
This is
I'm gonna talk
schoolboy.
about crazy, man. I gotta talk like Pimp C had to get respect in Israelite.
Texas.
Yeah.
I gotta talk like that. I gotta talk like Gucci man.
It ain't gotta be Playboy. Listen, Playboy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I gotta like baby. I gotta like baby. I gotta get respect in Israelite.
Playboy.
Playboy.
That's the truth. And this is what Moses is saying.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I talk too proper for these dudes, and it's choppy Hebrew. They're not gonna buy me. What he's saying is I don't measure up to what the Jews value as a leader. And he's using his words and his verbiage to express that he doesn't think they're going to buy him. Just like a lot of times people don't think that they're good enough to do this job. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
It's the same concept. I just want to use language to show he just didn't think they were going to buy him. But it didn't matter what he thought. And that's what the Most I was about to go into. Keep going. I just want to bring that point up.
That makes sense.
Continue, sir.
Verse 11. And the Most High said unto him, Who hath made man's mouth?
So he's concerned about his insecurity. His insecurity is in his speech. But the Most High is saying, I don't care about your insecurity. Because if you have an insecurity or if you have a weakness, I created that anyway.
Done.
That doesn't disqualify you from doing the job because you have an insecurity, because you have this fear, or you have this inability that you told yourself, this disqualifies me from doing this job.
Yep.
Read.
Or who maketh the dumb?
It says, or who make the dumb. If a person can't speak, who created that person? Didn't the Most High control that also? So both the ability to speak or not speak, or to be fluid in certain language or not be fluid, comes from the Most High. Read.
Or deaf?
Or deaf. Read on.
Or the seeing? Or the blind?
So what is the Most High saying? I control these administrations that you're insecure about. I still chose you to do a job.
Mm-hmm.
So regardless of your insecurity, go out there and do this job. So if anybody understands where you're coming from, the Most High said, I can understand it. I created it. But that's not an excuse. Because what we do is we bring our excuses to the Most High as to not do what the Most High tells us to do.
That's major.
As to not perform the duties that he chose us to do. And we'll sit back and say, well, I'm not good enough. I can't barely read. The Most High said he didn't choose the wise or the strong anyway. He chose the foolish things to destroy the wise. But you know what? This is what we do as far as we'll have to understand is that when the Most High has his hand on you to do a particular administration, don't disqualify yourself and say, well, like Jonathan could have easily said, well, I'm not a warlord like Judas was. I'm not as proficient with the weaponry as he was, so I'm not a good pick. Well, the Most High is using every person based upon what they can do, not on what they cannot do.
Okay.
And read on.
Have not I the Lord? Now therefore go.
It says, haven't I created all these things? Now therefore what?
Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth.
It said, but you're still going to go. It doesn't matter what you cannot do or what you don't think you're not good enough at. You still got to do the Lord's work. And the Most High will create situations to aid you in that.
It's so important to understand that he said he's letting us know he will develop us along the way. Whatever you're deficient in, he will develop you. What is the Most High? That means, how is he evaluating his servants then? How is he evaluating his servants?
Based upon obedience and will.
And how moldable you are. How adaptable are you? How can I develop this person into a leader? When people get offices of 50 and hundreds and thousands and 5,000s, you don't get these ranks because you're already ready to do it. You get them because you put the work in to show that you're moldable enough to continue to grow in this arena. This is why we are chosen. I'm sorry. Keep going.
No. And the Most High, the Most High will help you and assist you even when you feel like you're insufficient and you can't do something. Jump to verse 17.
Verse 17.
You
And
gotta
thou
go back,
shalt
finish
take
it.
this rod in thy hand.
He said, now, after all this, because they're not going to believe you,
Yeah.
go ahead and take this rod in your hand. Read on.
Because what is Moses saying? I know that you're right, but it doesn't matter if you're right.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter if you're right. You still got to fight it. Because he knew the Jew
That's
skepticism.
one of our biggest problems, though. One of our biggest problems is in our mind, we know, a shadow of a doubt, the outcome of the situation that may happen or might happen, or there's a strong probability it's going to happen the way I think it's going to happen. Then why do I have to conform to the Most High's will? If I know this is going to be people's reaction to my situation.
What is it saying? Sometimes what you think is going to happen is going to happen. Sometimes if you think Israel's going to look at you in a negative way, this is for counselors out there. When people are dealing with their fears and when they're dealing with the worst that can happen, what you don't want to do is snowball them and say, oh, that's not going to happen that way. You're just overthinking things. You have to teach that person, even if it does happen the way that you think it's going to happen, you still have an obligation to obey the Most High. That's how you properly give people solutions. Because sometimes people's intuition is correct. Sometimes it's wrong. It could be right or wrong, but whether it's right or wrong, what you think is going to happen down the line, you still have to obey. And you can't use your premonition to justify distance. You have to face what that premonition may or may not be telling you.
Yep.
And this is what the Mosiah is doing. Mosiah is doing, listen, you're afraid, you're in your head, you don't think that people are going to buy you. And what the rest of the verse is going to say, I'm going to give you a staff. And they're going to see the work and the power of the staff and end up serving and worshiping that staff. With the snakes around it. They end up serving that like a god. Where do you think the medical association with that staff and snake came from? It came from the people over many years worshiping that snake and staff and what that represented, what they perceived it to represent. But before that, he said, I'm going to give you the staff and I'm going to give you Aaron. Aaron was raised in the trenches. He can talk like the people talk. But what was the Mosiah trying to show Moses? You don't need the staff and you don't need Aaron because I'm with you. I'm with you regardless. But because you're that afraid, let me give you some props. Some props to make you feel a little better. But the funny thing is, all those additional props ended up what? The nation. Weakening the nation. Because the prop of Aaron, having Aaron be the prop be the speaker, what did they end up doing to the nation?
Worshiping the golden calf.
Worshiping the golden calf when Moses was gone. So yeah, Aaron was there. Aaron had Moses' back. But his weaknesses caused half the group to get swallowed up and killed. Remember that? That idolatry. Well, let me take it back. No, let me rewind that. Because all that happened at the time of the golden calf was that the people had to sit back and drink. They had to drink what they had. They had to drink that gold.
That golden powder.
They had to drink it.
Yeah, ground down.
So, but once again, they reintroduced that negative in the nation. But Mosiah gave him Aaron to do what? To make it easier on Moses. And also, don't forget, when the Mosiah allowed Moses to have that person next to him, which was his brother, didn't Dathan and Korah use that nepotism as a weapon against Moses?
Yep.
Yep.
They said, okay, and they played the game and said, okay, the Most High chose Moses, but you know what? He didn't choose Aaron. Why is Moses choosing Aaron when there's more than enough capable men who are leaders of the nation to be put in that position? That was what Dathan and Korah used against Moses. So all these crutches we add on in our life to fulfill the holes in our spirit end up being tools used for gainsayers to justify looking at us a negative way. Now, it wasn't evil. Was it evil for him to have Aaron there? No. It wasn't evil to have the staff or Aaron. Those people, that brother and that staff was there to give Moses a little bit more confidence moving forward. But I can't understand. That additional help ended up being why people judged him. Ways that people judged him. So just know that even in yourself. The additional help that you're looking for, the additional resources you're using to make your battle easier, is what people will hang over your head to say you're not worthy of this position because of these crutches you have brought around you to protect you. Just understand it's a consequence, even though it's not wicked. There's a consequence for getting additional help that the Most High did not originally ordain. The Most High didn't say, listen, I chose you, Moses and Aaron. Did he say that initially? He said, no, I chose you, Moses. You were supposed to get in front of these people and teach them. But Moses kept asking, I can't do it, I can't do it. And Moses said, fine, then I'll sit back here and bring Aaron. Would that make you happy? Is that going to get you to do this damn job?
Do your job.
Yes, Lord, I will. But Aaron wasn't supposed to be there. Aaron's supposed to fade in the back and be part of the body. And that had an effect on the nation. Just like when we bring crutches in our life, affects us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I know you wanted 17. You might as well go to verse 15 and 16, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I just want to I didn't want to take away from the.
We got to. We're here now.
Yeah.
Listen, let's do Exodus 14 and verse 12 down again. We're going to go to 17.
Exodus chapter 14 and verse 12.
It's 4, chapter 4.
Oh, sorry. Exodus chapter 4 and verse 14. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses, and he said, is not Aaron the Levite thy brother?
Wait, where are we at again? 4 and what?
Exodus chapter 4 verse 14.
No, I want to go to, let's read 10 again. Let's read the whole thing. Let's go through it. I'm sorry.
Exodus chapter 4 and verse 10. And Moses said unto the Lord, my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither theretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue.
That's because Hebrew was not his original language. That's like me speaking Spanish right now. I'm slow as hell. Perro de la calle. Like that, the people say it real faster than that. Me llamo es awor na aire. It's very choppy. And, you know, when my son, he's learning Spanish, he was like, yeah, man, you got to sit back and not just speak a Spanish, but you have to have an accent behind it. Like, what? You have to have an accent type. What's your style? Like, Spanish. Me llamo es awor de San Antonio. That sounds pure American whack Spanish. He was like, you got to sit back here and have a sound to it. I'm like, what? I'm just getting these words out. Can I get the words out? I'm just going to try to do that. I'm pure gringo talk.
Gringo, yeah.
That's another pure gringo talk. Yeah, you got to sit back. Are you going to sound Cuban? Are you going to sound Colombian? Huh? I don't know. I'm just trying to get this word out.
Or you just mix them all together and start.
And that's what I'm saying.
It's Tex-Mex.
Exactly. But the point is this. So this is what Moses is saying. I don't know how to talk like these dudes. I ain't been around them enough. Even like in Judges, the Hebrews had certain Hebrews couldn't enunciate Shibboleth because it just didn't roll off their tongue the right way. And if you were raised in a certain area, you had a certain way of speaking Hebrew. So there was just a way that you spoke it that wasn't foreign to the people. And Moses was concerned that he was a Hebrew, but he wasn't of them.
Oh, it's like Issachar saying, "I'm gonna eat some fried fish."
Yeah.
You know,
they say fish?
Yeah, they say
I know that.
fish. But then you ask them, or they'll say, "Give me the share." the share, but they can't say chair. They can't say the hard ch.
Yeah.
They're just some, but those are just things that just as a matter of the tongue isn't familiar with that. Or it's like us trying to roll R's, R, and trying to roll those R's. We're not familiar.
Yeah, I'm
with
like
ere,
I'm ere. Yeah.
versus R, yeah.
Nah, ain't that at all.
And we know Moses wasn't slow. Go to Acts chapter 7, verse 22.
See, listen, he learned all the Egyptian laws. He was an educated guy. He was a war general. This guy was intelligent and put together. That's why it's important to know that.
It wasn't multilingual like that.
Well,
At a high level.
Well, because once again, you have to be around the people to talk the dialect of the people. How many years, how many years it took him to talk Guatemalan? It took him years to. It's one thing to learn Spanish, one thing to talk like Guatemalans talk. For them to realize, oh, you're not a foreigner. That's a whole other level, and that's the whole point. And Moses was obviously he was meticulous. And he was trying to make sure the message would resonate to everyone. And he was concerned that he couldn't touch and inspire everyone because he wasn't raised that way. And think about this. Can you imagine a Hebrew that was raised with a silver spoon in his mouth? You think the Jew won't want to mess with you? You look at brothers now. Can you imagine? Who watched The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Who everybody knew when Will went to the hood. And what was his brother's name? Carlton. Man, listen, man, you ain't a brother. Look at how you rolling, that. He said, man, you're playing Tom Jones. I can sit back and do it.
Unusual to be loved by anyone.
If you go to the hood, you ain't gonna do that, huh? Yeah. It's not gonna work.
Like, you can't get out of here, bro.
Yeah, now, ASAP. And imagine him sitting back here and teaching the Jews in Compton and Watts. It ain't gonna work.
With Egyptian pronunciation.
That's or just very educated pronunciation. We look at those cats as what? Sellouts. You don't think they looked at Moses as a sellout? You had it easy? We had hard bondage. And you were chilling. And you don't talk our language? Why are we going to listen to him? And this is what Moses was thinking about. So.
And it wasn't like he was wrong.
He was right. He was right, but the Most High was like, stop thinking like that.
Yeah. The Most High wants
I got you.
The Lord wants us to get past our insecurities. How about that?
And whether the insecurities are delusional or there's some truth to them, it doesn't matter. You have a job to do, and the Most High will sit back and overshadow everything else.
And man wants
He'll compensate for you.
He'll overshadow a compensation, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Stop thinking and stop using your intelligence and your large brain as a reason not to serve the Most High.
But that's the point. Yes, this is a part of the point, is that you can rely upon the Lord to cover up your insecurities, or you can rely on your own thinking to cover your securities.
Yeah.
And this really is a dynamic where both those concepts are really clashing. I need my crutch. Our personal crutches is our remedy for our insecurity.
Okay.
And then the word and mind and faith in the Lord is the true remedy for our insecurity. Which one do we rely on?
Good.
Which one are we?
Yep. Read that Acts 7 and 21. Okay.
Acts chapter 7 and verse 22.
21.
Verse 21. And when he was cast out, Pharaoh's daughter took him up and nourished him for her own son.
So he was raised by the queen of Egypt. Read.
And Moses was learned in all wisdom of the Egyptians.
But it wasn't that Moses was slow or he couldn't speak because he was uneducated. He just was educated and raised up in an Egyptian philosophy, Egyptian chemistry, Egyptian mathematics, Egyptian sciences, Egyptian medicine. He was just cultured in a different way.
Yep.
He was cultured to be Egyptian. Read on.
And was mighty in words.
He said, but he was mighty in what?
So he wasn't studying everywhere.
He wasn't slow of speech that way.
What was it? Fuck with a task. He wasn't sitting back. That's awful. It wasn't that. It wasn't.
Y'all don't need to change.
What I say about that big chicken hawk out there.
The chicken hawk ball going on.
What I say, Most High is mighty powerful. Yes, what I'm saying. Follow on. It wasn't that. I'm sorry. I keep going.
That country tag. Hillbilly talk. Man.
Yeah, man. But keep going.
But he's showing you it's not, the Bible is not lying. He said he was mighty in what?
In words.
It was mighty in words. It's just that he was mighty in Egyptian words.
Kinda.
He had the understanding of Egyptian. Of course, Moses probably read hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
He was raised with the Egyptian as an Egyptian to be a king of Egypt. Read on.
And in deeds.
And in actions. Read on.
And when he was full 40 years old, it came into his heart to visit his brethren, the children of Israel.
So listen, what does that mean? He wasn't around the Jew for 40 years.
Yeah.
Nobody knew him. That means somebody trusted him.
I don't fit in.
I don't fit in. I don't trust you. Who is you? You've been in a big house for 40 years.
Metro don't trust you.
Metro don't trust you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Metro don't trust you, why should I?
That's what I'm saying. There's a whole album about it. It makes an album tour. We don't trust your tour. Nephew's friend says Metro trusts you. Like, why does it matter what you if you trust one person?
Exactly. It's hilarious.
That's his whole.
That Metro tour didn't last very long either. They didn't make a lot of money either. Anyway, I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, it's a great point. The point of it is to show you that when we read in Exodus him being slow of speech and slow of tongue, he was not uneducated, or it wasn't that he didn't understand or know how to speak. It was his fear, his insecurity that they won't accept me.
And it was still logic based. It wasn't like he was just scared just to lead men. He wasn't afraid to lead men.
He wasn't a coward, bro.
He just was like, listen, man, because he was a captain. He was a military captain of the Egyptian army.
But
that led expeditions in Egypt. Ethiopia.
I love what I want to bring out though. Sometimes you can be too smart for your own good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Your big brain. Listen, you're thinking too much, and you're not realizing the Most High is going to overshadow this. Now, it's not easy to sit back and convince a bunch of people that ain't buying you that you should buy the Most High.
That's like,
it's not easy.
For example, North Star Mall, right? Years ago, I think Chapter 1 had to crack that mall.
That was tough, man.
Listen, that was the most racist. That mall tears your confidence down.
Yeah.
I walked in the mall. I'm like, they don't like you. Just want you to know.
No, darky. I don't want your snake oil. We don't want your snake oil, sir.
This is when it wasn't bad. This is when it was like.
When you first came in, that was bad. That was bad.
It was racist.
That was bad.
It was a racist mall. So the thing would be, we have 5 malls in San Antonio. Why would we put a mall over here?
Yeah.
If they don't like us automatically, the big brain guys, they don't like us here. We shouldn't even put a cart there. But how about that? Sustain the camp. The place that we weren't supposed to go, that the big brain lesson, the smart guys that are knowing that they're not going to accept you, that was the place we survived.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, well, they'll tell you every day you don't belong here. Customers tell you to your face, y'all don't belong here. Why did they let y'all open up a business?
Crazy, yeah.
And you gotta to be in a place where you're not wanted, but you still gotta do your job. You gotta swallow hate. You gotta swallow. You can't. You reach out for a handshake and they look at your hand and they do this. They do this with their own hand. Like, no way, I'm touching your hand.
And you better not respond negative, because you will get reports.
They get kicked out.
Yeah. You'll get bad negative reports and get kicked out the mall. That sounds like some damn 1960s Alabama, Birmingham.
Yeah,
that sounds like a Birmingham.
It's like a sit-in, man.
But that was common though.
Done.
That was every single day. I came when it was light, when it lightened up. Yeah. I can't only imagine the initial going against the current.
Yeah.
We going against the grain. But it doesn't make logical sense to put yourself in that situation and then try to feed your households in that arena. Why are we doing this? This is stupid. Why don't we just go to places that were accepted and then do the same thing?
Yeah.
That makes more sense. But the Lord wants you to do things that aren't in your realm of what you think is sensical.
Yep. Okay. And that's the lesson.
But that ball brings out a lot of men that went there, their spirit got broke. Because that constant bringing out of insecurity. I'm not accepted. You're back in high school. You're back in middle school. You're not enough. You're too brown. All those issues are there. The Most High made Moses fix it, so why would we have to fix it?
So if Moses had to sit back and fight his fears, we don't got to fight ours? Right? And he had justifiable reasons. Because, you know, the Jews are like a mob. You know, like we're acting civilized. We're a mob. You had to convince a mob to follow your instructions. When you were with the enemy, think about this. You don't think they thought this guy was going to sit back here and sell us out? Why trust him? Watch out. You don't think that was in their thoughts? Anyway, come on. So this is where his fear came from. There was logic-based fear. So what is it saying? Even though you have a logic-based fear, it's still not acceptable with the eyes of the Most High. Your logic-based fear doesn't fly. So let's continue. Verse
23.
No, let that go in Acts.
Let's go back to Exodus 4 and 11 now. No, verse 10. Let's keep going. Hey, we're here, man. It's going to be what it's going to be. Let's go.
Exodus chapter 4 and verse 11. And the Most High said unto him, Who hath made man's mouth? And who maketh the dumb, or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I the Most High?
What is the Most High saying? I have made all people to be in this condition. The Most High created the position for Moses to be in. It didn't matter how uncomfortable or inadequate he felt. The Most High isn't focused on how inadequate of a position the Most High puts us in. He only matters that we execute his will to the best of our ability. And when it boils down to it, whether you're at a job, whether you're teaching your people, whether you're counseling your family, whether you're talking to your family, can you just get the message out to the best of your ability and let the chips fall where they may? Because the Most High made you to be uncomfortable, to bring out a situation that you perceive might be too big for you, to bring it out anyway. It's like he made Moses to face these people in this moment, even though he didn't think he was ready. The Most High felt he was ready. Take that message and that lesson and inject yourself into it. Read on.
Verse 12. Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth, and teach thee what thou shalt say.
So the Most High is saying, do what I say and don't think about it. Stop overthinking. Read on.
And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray thee.
Isn't this rebellion?
Yeah.
He's rebelling.
Oh my Lord.
Most High said, go.
On the contrary, Lord.
You have enough. You have enough with what I made you to do this. And he's like, so the thing is this, he's like, you have the intelligence, you have the mind. I don't care if your language is choppy. I don't care if they're looking at you like they don't buy you. I don't care if they say, boo this man. Boo this man. I don't care if they say, boo this man. Still do it. Now he has to say, but my Lord, question me, Lord.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. He says, my Lord, send, I pray thee, by thy hand of him whom thou wilt send. Can you send me somebody, please?
And you know the mockery of our people. Like, you know how people mock.
Yeah.
You know, our people make fun. You know, they're gonna be like, man, just shut up, and bring me some Egyptian cotton sheets.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Give me 1,500 thread count.
Because that's what you was sleeping on, right? You was comfortable as hell.
That's what I want, man.
How many slaves you beat, Moses?
Yeah.
How many slaves you sit back and instruct Moses?
Yeah. You know
how many chefs? How many black chefs cooked your food, Moses?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Jake talking like that, huh?
Jake is horrible.
I know. Now listen, we got to sit back here and wash your clothes, wash your drawers. Now we got to listen to you now, Moses.
Yeah. Sorry, I get to float into the castle.
Yeah. I
apologies.
And get saved, y'all. There's money in my pocket. How much money you got in your bank account, Moses? How much gold you hold on stacking on, man? You know Jake is like this, envious as hell out. Mad, proud, and envious. But he's like, Father, can you just send me somebody that not just can talk, but is relatable enough with these people that they buy
to
him.
Help him.
It really is like he's a face man that they can buy and relate.
Yep.
Can you have somebody next to me that the people know? Well, I know that cat. I raised that little boy.
We used to hoop.
I was around that boy.
We played with the Apaches. We played football.
With the Apaches. Yeah. Yeah, we played the East Side together.
We played East Side. We played
with the Hurricanes. The Hurricanes part one. You know, we play Sam Houston, man.
Yeah.
He cool. He cool, man. This is what Jay want. This is why he wants to face, man, somebody that's been there with him. This is why Aaron was able to convince him to sit back here and do this calf thing, because they knew him. Anyway, so read verse 13 again.
Verse 13. And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom thou wilt send.
So this is really rebellion by Moses. Moses was the meekest man on earth, but he still didn't do exactly what he was told. He still asked for more when he had everything he needed. Read on.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses.
That's why the Most High was angry. You're not listening. I chose you. I didn't choose nobody else. And now when you start bringing other people in the mix, now you're bringing in their inadequacies and their fears and their doubts. And now those weak chinks in the armor come in, and now they can be exploited, like I mentioned earlier in the class. Now Moses' weaknesses starts to get revealed. Now a negative person can say, see, I know the Most High chose Moses, but the Most High didn't choose Aaron. Were those negative guys wrong? They weren't. Oh, so you chose nepotism over what was right. Now there's a flaw, Moses. Now I see a flaw in you.
I see flaw.
Now, did they sit back here and say, Moses, we don't buy you because you speak choppy Hebrew? They didn't say that one time. They said, we don't buy you because who elected Moses to be the spokesman? Who elected him? You elected him. You're about your people. And you're not about electing the person who is fit to be the God. All of a sudden, because of Moses' fear to face this battle, now issues got escalated. This is what happens to us. When we don't fight our battle the way the Most High wants us to, he will sit back here and sometimes allow us to bring added things around us, but at a cost. It's still at a cost. So the Most High brought Aaron at a cost for greater skepticism, greater rebellion. Now the thing is this, were they off for contending about Aaron being in that position? The Jews were definitely wrong for going against Aaron and challenging his authority.
But can you blame them?
But you gave them a reason to get weak. You gave them a reason to be negative. And Moses gave them that reason to be negative. So it goes both ways. When we get weak, the person that has to serve us still has to be in order, but we're giving the person under us a reason to get negative. So we are not absolved from blame also. We're not to blame, but we're a portion of the blame.
And that's why the scripture says, teach not thy wife an evil lesson
An
against
evil
thyself.
lesson.
So what is an evil lesson? Something that you can come back and point at me and say, this is hypocrisy.
You did this.
This
and
is
this
your
was
fault.
not perfect.
Yeah, this is your fault.
Yeah.
Now, ultimately, our negative or mistakes aren't justification for your sin
Or disobedience.
or disobedience. But you know what? Why make a battle harder for the weaker vessel? Why make the transition that Israel has to go through and follow Moses more difficult by bringing Aaron, a person who, don't forget, when Dathan and Korah sat back here and said, man, the Most High didn't choose this guy, what did Aaron do to prove that accusation? Didn't Aaron sit back here and get weak to the crowd and give them the bell or the cattle to serve? He gave them bail. So the people that know right from wrong, so listen, this guy brought us to weakness. Why is he the leader? He sat back here and gave in to the peer pressure. He shouldn't be the head guy. He got weak. He let his emotions get the best of him. Now he's like, Moses, you look weak because this weak guy is near you. And they're right. And they're wrong at the same time. Continue.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses. And he said, is not Aaron the Levite thy brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he cometh forth to meet thee. And when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart. And thou shalt speak unto him, and put words in his mouth. And I will be with thy mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do.
The point is still this now. Now the Most High's got to go through a third party. And the more people you put in the mix of relaying a message, the message gets more distorted. The example gets more distorted and weakened.
It gets watered down.
It gets watered down. So even though Aaron is saying the exact rehearsed words that are coming out of from Moses and the Most High, the example don't match Moses' example. So you have a better eloquent speaker and a person that people knows, but the message don't pop. It's a difference between the head teachers and the younger teachers. Am I right or wrong? The message is still the word, but the message pops differently. It penetrates differently. It's no different with Aaron. He said the words that would have hit harder if Moses would have said it. Now it's even that much harder to get the people to buy into the message. All because Moses was afraid of how the people looked at him. Learn from that example and learn to do what you're commissioned and not worry about how bad you look when you do it. So what does it let you know? Over modesty, over fear, overthinking is just as bad as that blatant rebellious person.
Or 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 1 real quick. Because there's a danger in that we don't realize, because like you said, with the more voices I include that shouldn't have been included, now it starts to contaminate the message. And now what could have been solved easier is now becoming complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Read that, 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 1.
1 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 1. Dare any of you, having a matter against another, go to law before the unjust?
Why would you bring in matters that are biblical to people on your job that are carnal minded? Or why would you take your issues in the camp to people that don't understand camp life, but expect to get advice
Exactly.
from people that don't live camp life? They don't understand this realm. What's going to happen? 9 out of 10 times you're going to get the wrong advice because they don't understand camp life. So what we do is we'll go have an issue with a brother or a sister, and then take it to people that have no idea what it means to be in a camp, and expect to get advice and to get answers from somebody that doesn't understand nor read the Bible.
It's crazy, yeah.
Sometimes we'll even go to our own parents, and our parents is thinking from a parent perspective, like, what is the best advice I want for my child, not what is the best advice God wants scripturally how to handle this situation.
Bro.
So we'll go to parents. We'll go to psychiatrists. We'll go to outside sources that don't understand the spiritual realm to solve a spiritual problem. So and then they're going to give their best. They're not saying that they're not going to try, but they're going to try to give their best rendition to resolve an issue that they have no knowledge about. And then so what will happen? Read on.
And not before the saints?
Go ahead.
Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world? And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matter?
He says the camp people, somebody in the camp, should be able to solve the smallest matter, the smallest issues. That means if I'm a sister in the camp, do I really got to go outside the camp to get some answers, or should I be able to call a sister that can give me an answer to my issues? Do I got to call out of state? Do I got to call back home? Do I got to call the best friend I grew up with that I've been knowing since childhood? Well, since you know me since childhood, you know what I like and you know what I don't like. You know me before I, became sister so-and-so. So when we include these outside alternatives for perspective, for point of view, for answers, that's not what Paul is saying that we should be doing. We should keep it in-house.
Yeah.
But this is what the Most High is dealing with with Moses. I'm really just calling you to do this and say this, but you're including somebody that really didn't want to bring into this, but now you're forcing me to bring him into this. So now it's watering down the potency of the message, had it not just come from your mouth. And that's what we like to do. Unfortunately, we seek outside counsel, outside answers, and it's actually to our detriment. It's actually to our detriment when we go outside this realm and outside the Most High's direction and instruction to get some answers. And then you come back and you ask a brother, well, who told you to do that? Well, I talked to my cousin,
Yep.
or I talked to my stepmom, or I talked to my in-laws,
Yep.
and they said this will be a wise move. Then the brother suffers or the sister suffers
On their own though.
on their own.
And that's the point. You're on a course based off a decision that had no understanding of the Most High and the factors around you, and now you're coming back to the source for the magic scripture or the magic counsel.
Right. After
reverse it.
after I deviated and went outside and got some additional
Yeah.
what I thought was help, but really wasn't help. It was an alternative form of answers or solutions. And now that I just made my situation twice as bad.
Yep.
Now I want you to fix my issue.
Yep. Yeah.
Help me.
Help me.
I need answers.
I needed help now. Like the help was there in the beginning.
It was already there. And that's all the Most High is telling Moses. I'm already with you. I'm already going to be with you. Why are you including these additional sources? I'm already with your mouth.
Yeah.
But why do we do this? Our insecurity, fears.
Good.
And you know what? His fear came true.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to follow him. And they blamed him for everything. They want to stone him every day.
They were going to blame him regardless.
But he made
They
it
had
worse.
rocks in hand every day.
All the time.
They want to get rid of him every day. It didn't change anything, but how much more smoother could it have been if he would have just followed from the beginning?
Yeah. And now there was one example to focus on verses 2.
Yep.
And then that staff we're about to read upon was a distraction. The
Yep.
staff was a distraction. Because without the staff, it was just it was the word of the Most High that came from Moses. Now you got staffs, you got Aaron, you got all these different factors that were not meant to be.
You know what we do when we add in other things? We create more. That staff became a superstitious relic.
Yeah. Yeah.
It became a magic stick.
And
Yeah.
it did.
The real.
It was magic. It was magic. Listen, the staff got us through our battles, and not the Most High. Not the
Yeah.
Most High's word.
Yep. Let that go in Corinthians. Go back.
Okay, so let's go back. So 1 Corinthians chapter 4. I'm sorry. I'm in Corinthians.
Exodus.
Yes, that's where we're at. Exodus. Exodus chapter 4 and what verse?
We were at 16.
Yeah, let's do 16.
Exodus chapter 4 and verse 16. And he shall be thy spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to thee instead of a mouth, and thou shalt be to him instead of the Most High.
But the problem is this, you couldn't guarantee Aaron's example. His mouthpiece was legit, but you couldn't guarantee his example. So now that's a wild card. Read on.
And thou shalt take this rod in thy hand, wherewith thou shalt do signs.
Why? Why is that needed now? Because of your doubt. Now the staff has to come. Because staff makes you more believable. It gives people something to focus their mind on. But these things are happening because of what? Listen, the staff was not talked about until Moses said he couldn't do it alone. Then Aaron comes into the picture, and the staff comes into the picture. These things come into the picture because of your faithlessness. So the Most High gives you a little bit of leeway to do your job, but all that little leeway comes with the cost.
Or you tell somebody, listen, just fight it out. You're financially struggling, but don't overburden yourself taking on too many jobs, because you'll compromise class by taking on these jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So then the person say, man, well, listen, I really need to get my money up. I'm in a bad situation financially. I got to take this job even though it's going to take me away from class. And then the person will deviate and make the safe play and take the second job.
Yep.
And then things are good financially about a month, 2. But spiritually, they start to deteriorate because they're away from any spiritual foundation, any biblical advice, any sound doctrine. So they compromised what kept them strong, even though it was a struggle to open up another financial door. But now their mind is in the tank.
Yep.
Now their spirit in the tank. Their spirit is in the tank. They're weak. They can't. They work a job. They're too tired to do anything else. They're too tired to study. They're too tired to read. And then now they're emotional, and they have no more anchor. There's no more anchor to their soul.
That's true.
So now they're all over the place. And then you tell a brother, well, damn, brother, why are you giving so many jobs? Well, we was in this hole. Well, why didn't you just apply more faith in this situation? Apply more faith and let the Most High will take care of you, and let the Most High open up a door. So, and put him first, and then let the Most High enhance your household. But what do? We make the play based upon our fear. We make decisions based upon our fear. And when we make those fear-based decisions, they always have a consequence that we didn't expect in the back end. There's always a negative consequence that comes back and bites us in the butt. Or you're no longer at home because you're working 2 jobs, and now the kids are wilding out. Now the kids' grades start to depreciate.
Yeah.
It was a compromise. But we make these kind of compromises without looking at the big picture all the time, on a daily basis.
Done.
Now I've compromised my household because I had a little bit of faith. I didn't have enough faith. So I compromised my mental stability. I compromised my children's structure and routine. Now they go to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning. Now they're on my schedule. Now they're on a graveyard shift.
And they tripping in the morning for school.
They can't get up in the morning.
I'm not going to
Yeah, they don't want to get up in the morning.
Or they'll get up and they'll just wig out by first, second period.
Yeah,
Then out of there.
Then they're acting up in school.
Yep.
Then they're cussing the teacher out.
Yeah.
And the teacher's like, "What's wrong? What's going on? We got to take a look and send somebody over to take a look at your house."
And those 3-letter word boys, like them
Yeah.
CPS boys.
CPS.
Yeah.
We want to take a look at what's going on in there.
Yeah. Do a home visit.
Home visit.
That's when it's panic right there.
We noticed that he's wearing the same clothes, or she's wearing the same clothes. The teachers, they look for that.
Kids always sick.
Kids always sick. What's going on? But do we see the trickle down effect that it was because it all went to the fact that I didn't have enough faith.
Okay.
My lack of faith got in the way, and now all these other consequences I'm having to deal with that I didn't expect or anticipate because I didn't have enough faith. We do it all the time, and we're not naming names. This is just common. This is any city, any camp. We do this all the time. We got to look at what does the Most High want from me, and what is my fear telling me to do, and which one am I going to listen to? Because if I listen to my fear, I'll still do the Most High's job, but I just added in some variables that I didn't account for that could be my undoing.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
I had some variables I really didn't need to add to the picture.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we arguing all the time.
So we got that, right? We finished verse 17. Let's go back to Josephus' book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 2. We're going to read that, the whole chapter 2. Because we left First Maccabees 10. I think we got to verse 20. Am I correct?
16.
Oh, we didn't. So let's go back. I'm sorry. Before we go to paragraph 2, let's get back, and we got to get to verse 20 in First Maccabees. So let's get First Maccabees 10 and 16 then.
First Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 16. He said, "Shall we find such another man?"
This is Alexander Bala saying we need to sit back and target Jonathan because he's motivated. He's been let down by the Demetrius reign. We need him as an ally. Read on.
"Now therefore we will make him our friend and confederate.
Khan.
Upon this,"
We're gonna listen, Alexander Bala said we're gonna make Jonathan and those Jews our proxy. We are reduced to being proxy guys, defending one empire against another. And the thing is this, one could say that being a proxy is depressing. Being a proxy is many steps behind what we once were. Or you can say being a proxy and having leverage is better than what we once were. Why am I saying it that way? We are trained in our own mind to look at things at its worst. versus realizing, yeah, we're the proxy of Alexander Bala or Demetrius, but at least being a proxy at this particular point gives the nation some protection. So either you're going to focus on all the bad of being diminished to a proxy, or understand that that proxy is being mercy, is the Most High's mercy. Very important to understand that. Yes, sir?
So, like, would it be okay to say, this is where the Most High has me?
Well, he has me. Yes, but sometimes when you say this is where the Most High has me, you can say that it's a bad thing, or it's a good thing. Can we understand that the Most High having us as a proxy and at a lower level is still the Most High showing us mercy and love? Whatever we're going through, whatever we've lost, whatever we've endured, can we still understand that we're supposed to be here? Our works have got us here as a nation, and the Most High is still showing us mercy as being these proxies, because maybe we deserve worse. Well, let's continue.
Now therefore we will make him our friend and confederate. Upon this he wrote a letter and sent it unto him, according to these words, saying, King Alexander to his brother Jonathan sendeth greeting. We have heard of thee, that thou art a man of great power, and meet to be our friend. Wherefore now this day we ordain thee to be the high priest of thy nation, and to be called the king's friend.
Now this is a better deal than Demetrius. Now we're going to make you the high priest, because the high priest was still somebody connected to alchemists. It's still somebody connected to alchemists, and alchemists was wicked. Menelaus was wicked, and Onias III was killed. So he's saying, listen, there's finally going to be a righteous king after Jason, Menelaus, and Alcimus, and this wicked guy now. So after 4 bad high priests, Jonathan has an opportunity to get elevated to the leadership role, and hopefully with that power can eradicate these guys in the citadel out and truly make things right. Because all Demetrius gave him was a military captain position
And some new weapons.
to fight and kill and throw your neck in the line and sweat. He's like, Alexander gave me the position to be the high priest and actually rule the empire. That's a better deal. That's a way better deal. Read on.
And therewithal he sent them a purple robe.
What's purple mean? You getting colors out? You getting colors in your robe out?
Yeah, boy.
You getting purple? Now listen, that means you're getting royalty. I'm giving you royal position.
They was living in the swamps.
He came from the swamps. And now Demetrius just gives you a military position. Now you're getting royal purple. That means you're going to be esteemed in the royal courts in Egypt.
You could implement laws and change laws.
You can make a greater change with that purple on. They got to respect that purple. Read on.
And a crown of gold.
And you got a gold crown. Now the gainsayers have to sit back and adhere to the policies you establish. That's the funny thing is this. That's the only way to eradicate sin and to eradicate wickedness. When you had King Josiah and King Hezekiah and King David, those are the only 3 kings that did it right. What people don't realize is they did it right because they were killing anybody who didn't believe. How about that? And the other ones, even the semi-good leaders, didn't take it that far by eradicating and having a manhunt against idolatry.
And we don't have that time. We're not in that time period no more. You can't live like that no more.
You can't.
We're not in the time period of I guess
Fixing the
Bronze
issues.
Age. We're not
The Bronze Age.
I think they called
it was, yeah. Well, that was the Bronze Age was during the time of the judges.
Okay. We're not in the time period where all threats are eradicated.
Yeah.
If you disagree, we're in the time period. So we're in the time period of
Well, the Romans did. I don't know. Godfather, right? The Godfather did this. At the end of every movie, the family business was settled out. Everybody was wiped out. All villains were taken out. But we don't have that power.
Yeah.
So the best thing we got is the king's edict.
Yeah.
And that put people in order.
Because that threat of Edomite disagreeing with you, that slave mind that Israel has, they respect it.
I know.
They don't disrespect biblical understanding and work ethic and development and what's good for them.
You know why? Because their first thing is why? How come I'm not the head guy?
Yeah.
That's what they want to say. How come I can't make the
I'm a
change?
man too.
There we go. That's the sickness.
You are a man.
Yeah.
And don't men have to follow?
not in their head. Well, let's continue with the point, man. So let's keep reading. What verse we at?
We are select.
You was at verse 20?
I think we're at verse 20. It's read from the top.
Wherefore now this day we ordain thee to be a high priest of thy nation, and to be called the king's friend. And therewith he sent him a purple robe and a crown of gold, and required thee to take our part and keep friendship with us.
He says, do a deal with us. We'll take care of you right. You'll rule the region. And you can really make a greater difference ruling the region with our backing. Okay? So hold that. And go to paragraph 2. And Antiquity to the Jews, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 2.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 2. When Alexander knew what promises Demetrius had made Jonathan, and withal knew his courage, and what great things he had done when he fought the Macedonians, and besides what hardship he had undergone by the means of Demetrius and Bacchius, the general of Demetrius' army, he told his friends that he could not at present find anyone else that might afford him better assistance than Jonathan,
God.
who was both courageous against his enemies and had a particular hatred against Demetrius, as having both suffered many hard things from him and acted many hard things against him. If therefore they were of opinion that they should make him their friend against Demetrius, it was more for their advantage to invite him to assist them now than at another time.
God.
It being therefore determined by him and his friends to send to Jonathan, he wrote to him this epistle. King Alexander, to his brother Jonathan, sendeth greetings. We have long ago heard of thy courage and thy fidelity, and for that reason have sent to thee to make thee a league of friendship and mutual assistance. We therefore do ordain thee this day the high priest of the Jews, and that thou beest called my friend. I have also sent thee as presents a purple robe and a golden crown, and desire that now thou by us art honored, thou wilt
Respect us also. In like manner, respect us also.
in like manner respect us also.
Now let's go real quick to Proverbs 21 and 1. Because all of a sudden, he's going from ashy to classy.
Yeah.
He's going from ashy to classy. Automatic, out of nowhere. Huh?
That's getting better now.
Things are getting better now. But why? Why are things getting better? Why is the tide turned like the class title is? The tide turns for Jonathan and the resistance. Why? Proverbs 21 and 1.
Proverbs chapter 21 verse 1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord.
So whatever's going on with Alexander Bolus' mind, where he says, man, this guy is a crucial ally to sit back here and put us in position to fight this war, or in Demetrius' mind, all of a sudden he's loving on him. Now he cares about the black man in Jerusalem. Why is this happening? It says the king's heart is in the hand of the Most High. Read on.
As the rivers of water, he turneth it whithersoever he will.
If you sit back and look at the rivers of water, the rivers have different what? Currents that take you different directions. Just like the Most High can sit back one day, have your boss be an adversary against you, and another day he can be on your side. It's like brothers or sisters could have an issue with you one day, and then you look up, and the Most High's got your back. This is how the Most High operates and how he works. So all these kings at one time were trying to kill him. Now they love him. That's the Most High just deciding you've done enough to get rewarded. This is how the Most High blesses us in life. I keep saying, why am I driving this so much? Because we think we get blessed because it's something that we do.
Yeah,
We're just so charismatic.
I did.
We're just such hard workers, and we have so much ability and talent. That's not why we get blessed.
No help. That's all.
Promotion, yeah, that's all me. Listen, promotion comes from the Most High through other people that elevate you.
Yeah.
As a reminder, it ain't you. You're not that bad.
You're not getting the glory,
You're
bro.
not that dope. You're not that on point. And the Most High sits back here and purposely strips that ego that we think we have.
You gotta have that we want to have. You want to feed
And
that.
he does that to keep reminding us to keep serving him.
Exactly.
And never forget where the priority should be. Where the priority lies. Okay? So from there, let's go to Proverbs chapter 4. We're going to read Proverbs 4. Let's kind of run through it. 4 verse 4 through 13.
Okay. Proverbs chapter 4, verse 4.
Yes.
He taught me also, and said unto me, let thy heart retain my word. Keep my commandments and live.
Listen, this is important. Let your mind retain the information. This is how you grow, and this is how you get promoted. How many times, as Israelites, do we live week to week based on class? We live week to week based on the message, and after the message hits us, we forget about it. And wait for the next class on Wednesday. Then the information uplifts us, and we forget about it, and we go to Friday. And then we go to Saturday. And then we just go week to week, just getting high, so to speak.
Yeah.
Biblically
Off
high.
information.
Versus taking the time to retain the information. Retaining the message. Because the only way you can fight the negative that keeps attacking you in Accra. We read all these stories in class. Do you think though that garrison in Accra just stays in Accra? He's going to keep pushing to get more territory. So when that negative wants to get more territory, are you retaining the information to subdue that negative? To subdue your mind? You can only fight back if you retain the message that you're reading. Not just hearing it and forgetting about it. Retain these scriptures that bring you back into the right spirit.
Yeah.
Retaining is so important. I don't think we drill it enough. Retain the message. So retain the message. Let your mind retain my words, the Most High's words. Read on.
Verse 5.
And it says, keep my commandments and live. But you can only keep the commandments if you're retaining the information so that your mind doesn't veer and what's the word? Starts with a D. Deviate. Thank you.
Deviate.
Perfect. From the message. Read on.
Keep my commandments and live. Get wisdom. Get understanding. Forget it not.
He keeps saying about retaining and not forgetting. Because what do? We get the knowledge, we feel good, we forget it. And then when you feel bad, you have nothing to keep you strong. Mm-hmm. It's like what I'm talking about my back. Like, I was feeling great, and I wasn't taking my herbs. Because I was like,
why do it?
Why take herbs when you feel 100%?
The whole
Well, idiot, the herbs is what keeps you feeling 100%. So I got to keep taking herbs even when I'm feeling good to ensure if I do something with my back that's wrong, there's more stabilizers there. But because I stopped taking herbs while I was feeling good, when I got hurt, I had nothing to fall back on. The herb concept or the herb parable is no different than studying. If you're not daily bringing the scriptures in your mind, if you're not daily being in the book, then guess what's happening? Then when you get injured, you have nothing to hold on to keep you fighting your battle. So just like you got to sit back here and take your herbs every day and take your medicines every day.
That's too much.
And take your pills every day and prepare for your herbal teas every day.
Stuff to do.
That's the problem.
What about my time? That's something to
Listen, if you don't sit back and pop your pills, take your herbs, take your teas,
stretch,
take your medicines and stretch every day, because people only stretch when they pull something. Listen, when you're only stretching when you pull something, that doesn't make sense. Maybe you pull something because you didn't stretch. You only stretch when you got a Charlie horse. When you got a Charlie horse, then you want to stretch.
I've been working on it.
You only stretch when you have a Charlie horse.
Yep.
Versus stretching every day. How come you can't stretch while you watch TV?
Yeah.
Or while you study? That's too much.
My time, man.
You got time. You can study. Whatever you're doing to relax, how can you can't study? Why can you can't stretch? Because stretching it's not relaxing to stretch.
Exactly.
You can stretch and study at the same time.
Hell yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You can watch TV and stretch at the same damn time. No, not me.
No.
Because stretching ain't relaxing.
So,
There you go. The sofa's better than stretching. But when you lock up and you pull something, I should have been stretching. It's the same thing with herbs. You should be taking herbs every day so you can be prepared for what happens down the line. Same thing with studying. If you study every day to be ready, you don't got to get ready. You know what I say that in sports?
Yeah.
If you're always ready, you ain't got to get ready.
Yeah.
It's the same thing in the spirit. If you're always in the spirit, you don't got to get in the spirit. Got you.
Hey, it's
But that's got to be on somebody's wall. If you're always in the spirit, you ain't got to get in the spirit. You dig?
Yeah. I know a classic though. It's like classic. I think everybody knows this one.
What's that?
You don't know you're in the spirit.
Until you're out the
Until you're out the
spirit.
spirit.
I've heard that. I've heard people say that. Like, why would you want to get out the spirit to determine what being in the spirit looks like? That's crazy. So that means you're not in the spirit unless you get punished, bring out the spirit. Then you can go back in the spirit. What kind of craziness is that?
That's like saying you don't know what it means to be free until you go to prison.
Oh my God! Yes.
As they say,
I didn't go
Until
to
you sit
prison.
down for 2 or 3 years. I appreciate this app.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Now I know what it feels like to be
I
free.
sat down for a couple years.
I did 10.
Oh my God! It's the worst side.
It took that though.
I don't think I need to do 10 to appreciate
Sitting
being
down
free.
for 10. That means you had a
Yeah.
20-year bid.
Yeah.
You had at least 20 if you sat down for 10. Huh?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Probably 25.
Tough out. That's tough out.
But that's the truth. But the lesson is this: in regards to gaining the spirit, gaining instruction, and having the Most High with you is about retaining the information and not forgetting it.
Yeah.
That's why the scriptures be instant in spirit and out of spirit.
And see,
You have to- in season, out of season. You have to sit back here and always be in the right spirit, and the only way to guarantee that is to constantly be in these precepts.
It's true.
If you're constantly in precepts, if you're constantly studying, you don't have to sit back here and reacclimate yourself in the spirit of studying. And this is what we always fall short on. Because we want to stop and start, and wonder why it gets harder to start again. I'll never forget Bernard Hopkins, one of the greatest boxers of all time, that was only like fought for a short time, because he had to sit down for like 10 years. Right?
Yeah, he did.
He did have to sit down for like 10 years. He came out in 30, started whipping on everybody. But he said that every day of his life was road day.
Wow.
He said some guys, they sit back here and they take, after the match is over, they just take breaks.
Yeah.
They take 2 and 3 months off, and then when they find out they have a fight, then they do 3 months of working out, then they take a break again. Then they says all the ups and downs in your body weight, it just takes a toll on your body when you have to start and stop fighting all the time. He said what he did is, the day after the fight, he was back doing road training, back doing his shadow work, back doing footwork training, back working the bag, back working the heavy bag, the speed bag. Every day was a workout. Even Floyd Mayweather, his hours were crazy, but he never drank, and every night he was in the gym.
But that consistency allows you certain advantages over your opponent.
I know, but we can understand. Man, that brother's dedicated. I understand that. But when it says reading that Bible every day and girding your spirit every day, we can't see it.
But and two things that never happened out of his Bernard Hopkins had over 50-something fights, and he only lost maybe like 4 or 5. But
There
out of
were
all his
debatable
fights,
losses too.
yeah. But he's never been cut.
Yep.
Ever.
But that was genetics though. That was pure Judite genetics.
Well,
that was skin. That was.
I think he had tough skin too.
That's what I'm saying.
He had tough skin, but in boxing, you're gonna get punched, you're gonna get knocked, you get a headbutt or someone will bust you up. But he's never been cut and he's never been knocked down.
Yes.
I mean,
That's
he's lost fights, but he's never been knocked down. So if you train so well to where you can get into a fight and you never endure, you minimize the punishment, you minimize the damage. It's no different than if you studying, you can minimize the fallout.
Yes.
You can minimize how bad things go because you're so detached from the spirit. You got to start all the way over and then reproduce this this zeal, I gotta hype myself back up, like, and start telling myself, I gotta start studying. I gotta do better than this. Now I become like my own personal head coach. I gotta start doing this. I gotta get right.
Yep.
I gotta stop tripping. I'm tripping too much. I'm doing this too much. Now I'm trying to psych myself back into the fight, into the game. But if you stay proficient, if you stay studied up, or you stay prayed up, if you stay in the spirit of what you're doing, you don't have to do this gargantuan, Herculean
Shift.
movement to try to get back into the spirit. I got to start all over from ground zero. You don't have to if you just stay proficient and you do the little things every day. Little things every day is what keeps us in a routine. It's just the small things. It's just small things. It's discipline. It's really what it is. It's a little bit of discipline every day, and it goes a long way. You look up over time, and your battles aren't that bad. And even if you do take a fall, it doesn't knock you down so much. It doesn't make you just totally faithless and hopeless. And now it's like, I don't even know if God is real. People that are on the cusp of that atheistic mind frame, they've been detached from the Most High already for a long period of time. Anybody that says, I'm trying to get my belief back, like, how did you let your belief go?
In the first place.
Yeah, how did you let your belief go in the first place?
Because you lost the principal things.
Yep, exactly. The basics.
And what we're reading in Proverbs 4 is about how to never lose the spirit with you.
Yep.
It's about the process of attaining wisdom and shooting for wisdom. And all that means is this is old world talk. When it's about gaining wisdom, this is old world, Old Testament talk about having the spirit with you, or the spirit guiding you. You can tie that in when you're reading in Ezra and Wisdom of Solomon, because the tonality of what having wisdom is turns into the spirit being with you. Then it gets more clarity as you get to the New Testament. But so you're reading about wisdom, you're talking about the spirit being with you, not just worldly intelligence and basic knowledge. When you're having wisdom, the spirit is actually guiding you in everything you're doing. So what we're reading in chapter 4 is how the spirit works with you and how to keep the spirit with you. Okay, so let's keep going in Proverbs 4 and verse 5.
Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 5. Get wisdom, get understanding, forget it not.
So verse 4 talked about retaining the words. Verse 5 is about not forgetting the words. Read on.
Neither decline from the words of my mouth.
So whether it's retaining, forgetting, or not talking about the words, declining, or the frequency of your communication in the Bible stopping or slowing down. This is how you start deviating from the Heavenly Father. There is a slowing down or a forgetting about the power of the Most High, or slowing down of your consciousness towards Him, is how you start to disconnect yourself from the Father. The law and the Most High stops becoming the apple, or the apple of your eye, or the center of your eye, because that's what the apple of your eye is. It's the center of your eye. It's the priority of your eye. Read on.
Forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her.
So when you don't forsake her or forget her or stop retaining information or declining the communication of the Most High, then He preserves you. The Spirit of the Most High preserves you. How many of us don't feel preserved? Don't feel defended? And when you're not defended or protected, did you retain His words? Did you decline to speak the Most High's words? Did you forget the Most High being there for you? So if you have forgotten the Most High, if you haven't retained the information, maybe that's why you don't feel protected. Maybe you feel isolated and alone because you stopped studying. You stopped making the word of the Most High your priority. Because when you make the Most High your priority, He promises to preserve you and protect you. So what's happening with who? With Jonathan. The Most High still was the apple of his eye. And that conscience of the Most High was always a priority, despite being in worse conditions, despite being in the swamps, despite having to swim through the Jordan for your life. The Most High was still Jonathan's priority. Read on.
Love her, and she shall keep thee.
So, but how do you love wisdom? You love wisdom by always reading, always studying, never forgetting, retaining the concepts, retaining the information, always being active in studying. That's how you retain the Most High. And when you retain the Most High, the benefit is that He's going to keep you and protect you and love you. Read on.
Wisdom is the principal thing.
So he keeps telling you, regardless of what's happening in your life, the pursuit of that connectivity between you and the Most High. Wisdom is not just being a smart guy or gal. Wisdom is the pursuit of the Spirit being with you. And it says wisdom is the principal thing, fighting to maintain the Spirit working through you should be the only thing that matters. Everything else is secondary. Are we fighting every day to maintain the Spirit operating through us with the clarity of mind? Are you studying? Are you retaining the information? Or is your conversation not declining about His grace and the good that's in Him? That's the only way to retain wisdom. Because into a malicious spirit, wisdom won't what? So He's telling you it will leave. So if I stop thinking about the Most High, if I don't retain the message, if I don't retain how the Most High has been there for us, if I stop meditating on how good the Most High has been, then wisdom leaves us. Then we're undefended, or we're not defended and not protected, and we wonder why. So wisdom should always be the principal thing. The fight to stay spiritually connected should be the principal thing. Read on.
Therefore, get wisdom.
Therefore, stay studying. Therefore, retain the information. What does one have to do to retain information? Repetition, recitals, constantly talking about something, constantly reading something. We're in such a rush to get to the next breakdown that we don't get the meat from the breakdown in front of us. Sometimes you got to sit back here and study a concept until you know it like the back of your hand. It's got to be nauseating going back to the same concept over and over and over again until you retain it. It doesn't matter if you're late. We have 900 damn classes online. Study the ones you need to study. And study those until you own those verses. Until those verses stop becoming mine and Shamshuan and Dawiyah's and Elishai's, and they're your verses. And they're your go-tos. Haven't you realized your old 1-2 step verse ain't working no more? Whatever verse you use to keep you propelled in the scriptures, it don't hit the same. So you need more study verses that make it yours, that you make yours, to sustain you progressing forward. That don't mean you forget the ones you had. You keep the ones, you retain those and add on to those. That's how you fight to keep wisdom with you.
Instead of saying, be not weary in well doing. Be not weary in well doing.
Yeah.
Be not weary in well doing. Be not weary in well doing.
Yeah. That's my point. You can only succeed for success. Remember that old Malcolm X movie? I used to keep saying the same things. Kid was going through hell. He kept saying the same thing over and over again. Nothing succeeds like success. That ain't going to work. Keep saying that over and over and over again. You better add more verses and concepts to your outlook to keep you strong. Have you not noticed it? You can say the same old 1-2 step verse and it stops working after a point. You got to add more verses that keep penetrating and stimulating your will to fight.
That means I can't be slothful.
Because the truth is, this maintain the Spirit with you is all predicated on how well you fight to keep your outlook clean.
That's why the scripture says, examine thyself, whether thou be in the faith.
It's no different than health. Listen, you're only as good as the last time you chose not to eat out. No, right or wrong. You're only as good as the last day you chose not to eat those fries. And that burger. And that fried chicken. Because the day you do it, you're back in one again. You messed up. Because you eat one piece, you get some fried chicken from Bill Miller's and get the barbecue sauce. Then guess what happens? you back at rock bottom again, bro. And you know what? Because you better watch out, because tomorrow that fried chicken is going to call you. You don't want fried chicken tomorrow. Then you want to go to KFC. Then it's over. It's really over at that point. Because then it opens the door for pizzas and all kind of process this and process that. And I want slim chicken today. After slim chicken, then I want to go to Dave's Hot Chicken. You just going crazy, just going chicken crazy, huh?
I remember churches.
Yeah, I like In-N-Out. That's a delicious place too. Then you're in Whataburger. Then you're in a cycle of bad habits. Am I right or wrong? Isn't that how bad food choices go? It only takes one mistake. And then all of a sudden the thoughts are strong to go left again. Why not Raising Cane's? Not a bad decision. Then you're hitting rock bottom. You're at the gas station. Those hot dogs look pretty mighty delicious.
Oh, the chicken in the glass counter.
Oh, man. Oh, I'm talking about rock bottom, those hot dogs. Huh?
Yeah.
Gas station hot dogs, that's bad. Huh?
On the roller grill.
That's rock bottom. Gas station hot dogs, huh?
It was even worse.
I'm going to get the wheat bun, not the white bun. It's still enriched white bread.
It's
right?
even worse when you get that botulism cheese. That's in the you push the button for the cheese to come out.
Stringy cheese, act.
No, not stringy cheese. It's
The melted cheese.
But the chili.
yeah, it's the nacho cheese, but it's in the machine. It's the one in the machine.
And everything's cleaned out?
Yeah, you just kind of run your hot dog over it real quick. And then you just get the nachos to go with.
You got to put the chili in there too. You got to put chili on top.
Put the chili in there. That's when it's down. That's when it's like it's downhill.
Yeah, listen, you didn't even come with the Most High at that point. The Most High, God is not in this man's thoughts. The Most High is not in this man's thoughts when you're on that level. You might as well get soda pops. You might as well get soda out. You do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. It's over now. Now you got to purge. Now you got to purge it all out. Now you got to sit back and go on fasting mission.
You might as well go.
It's over.
Might as well go to Wingstop.
Oh, well, you know that's a little higher up in the falling category.
Chicken, fried chicken.
I know. I'm just saying. Wingstop isn't as bad as.
Don't bring that word.
That's bad.
Say not those things.
Say nothing. Say nothing.
We get the habanero with the Asian.
Ooh, Korean BBQ, man. Korean Q, lemon pepper. Oh, man.
Get out of here.
These are battles. These are battles. These are real battles. But it's all a steady decline. And just like we can see it in food, it's the same thing in the spirit. You have to fight every day to make sure the spirit stays with you in studying, in communication, in teaching, in utterance, in utterance of your appreciation. This is how you keep the spirit working and flowing through you. Don't think of wisdom, think of the spirit of wisdom. Wisdom is a spirit. We read that in Isaiah 11. The spirit of wisdom and counsel and might came to Christ, and it can be taken away from Christ or taken away from you. The spirit can be given or taken based on your maintenance and your protection and how well you upkeep it.
And your thoughts.
That's my point. How well you upkeep your thinking. So let's continue.
Proverbs chapter 4 verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding.
So what does that mean? Through everything you're going through, can you understand why the Spirit's working with you the way it is? Can you sit back and process through all of your trauma and all of your adversarial scenarios, how and why the Most High has protected you through these adversarial situations? That's what it means by all you're getting, get understanding. Because I can keep telling myself the Most High loves me, the Most High is with me, He's with me, He's with me. Let me read how the Most High is with me. But you also got to go back in your life and create these testimonies. The understanding that you're supposed to pursue are the testimonies that keeps you solidified. You have to understand in this bad scenario, how was the Most High with you? When you lost this, what was the Most High teaching you? What was He trying to show you with this loss or with this adversity? He said, with all you're getting, get the understanding as to why you're going through the things you're going through to prove the Most High is real. This is why you have to keep track of everything you're going through, everything you've lost, everything you're losing, so you can sit back here and while you're staying on point in the Spirit, eventually the Spirit will say, you suffered this because you had to learn this temperance. You had to learn this patience. But look what I gave you for your patience. Because you don't think Jonathan's like, man, for everything I lost, being out here in the swamps, running and trying and running and being on the man and trying to keep everybody together, man, the Most High came through for me and is making me the high priest. He made Jonathan the high priest because he showed whether things were working in his advantage or not. His intention was always to take care of the body, to keep the body strong, to keep the people united. And because that became the apple of his eye, or the center of his eye, he gave him a greater platform to lead. Okay, so I had you lead 2,000 people. You did it well. Now you got to lead 500,000. Because you showed me with 2,000 what you would do. 2,000 men and their families what you would do. Now you're capable of leading 1,000,000 people.
Faithful in a few things.
Rule over
Rule
money.
over many.
And that's the point. But these things happen when wisdom or maintaining the spirit and getting the understanding from your lessons is your number one reason for getting up in the morning. Not what you're losing and why it's so hard. What is the Most High teaching me? While you are going through these scenarios, is in the back of your mind the Most High is teaching me something? Let me see and count the many things He's trying to teach me. And if you can do that, you can also say the Most High is blessing me. Because you only grow. The blessings are the lessons. The blessings are the lessons He provides us so we can understand Him on a greater level. Continue.
Exalt her.
So listen, when you really understand how the Most High works, it's easier to exalt the spirit of wisdom. It's easier to exalt Christ when you know that everything I'm going through, you can't do anything against the truth before the truth. Everything I'm going through is to benefit the work. There was a verse brothers pulled like on Monday that talked about everything you're going through, you're supposed to teach others through it and guide other people through the battles that you went through. And this is how you show the Most High your thankfulness. Because even though things are bad, you can teach others how to get through their issues.
Also?
No, it's not. It was another one that was pulled on Monday. It was one of the verses the brothers put. I think it was in Proverbs somewhere. It was Monster or Psalms. But it was a validation that everything you're suffering, you're supposed to go through it to walk other people through it. So if you want to feel sorry for yourself, stop. Because what you're suffering, others are going to suffer. And can you teach them strength through this? So there's many reasons to exalt the Most High's wisdom, to exalt the lessons He's walking us through, in order to ensure that the Spirit stays working through us.
And then when you exalt the Most High's wisdom, you exalt His wisdom over your own wisdom.
Right.
And yeah, that means you put the Most High's wisdom as priority.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna create and imagine an idea that may be false or lead me to some falsehood. Let me look at what the Most High's decision is first before I make my own decision. He's got to be priority. That's how you exalt the Most High's wisdom over your own. Let me check to make sure this is right.
Yep.
You know, a lot of times we just make decisions that sound good, that looks like an immediate answer for the moment. But a lot of times we make decisions off desperation anyway.
Okay.
You know.
So in the midst of gaining understanding, can you keep exalting the Most High while you are trying to figure out the lesson? Because the understanding is the end result.
Yeah.
Right? The understanding is knowledge, wisdom, and what?
Understanding.
That's the last thing you get in the middle of your battle. So while you are in the middle of your battle, it says you got to be getting the understanding of it and embracing the Most High as you are getting the understanding of what you're going through. Read on.
Exalt her, and she shall promote thee.
Mm-hmm. Meaning, in the midst of you gaining understanding, the Most High, in the spirit of Christ you're learning, you have to keep exalting the Most High by praising the fact that there is a spiritual lesson in this, and there's good here, and there's good coming. Read on.
She shall bring thee to honor
Mm-hmm.
when thou doest embrace her.
And the Most High will bring you to honor despite what you're losing if you embrace the lesson and not the loss. When you embrace, the Most High is working with Jonathan and through those men and not focus on the military losses. Not focusing on how many times we get pushed back into these corners.
Yeah, swim across the
Jonathan couldn't focus on the L's they were taking. They couldn't focus on the fact that they were public enemy number one. They had to focus on pleasing the Most High and being happy with whatever condition the Most High is putting them through and looking for the understanding in the matter. This is what separates the men from the boys, the women from the young girls, or the foolish women and the foolish men. Can you keep perspective and look for ways to exalt the Most High through these difficulties so you can be promoted? That's the only way you get promoted. Read on.
She shall give to thy head an ornament of grace.
He says, she shall bring thee to honor whom thou dost embrace when thou dost embrace her. But the embracing is for an extended period of time. If I'm embracing wisdom, that means I'm embracing the lesson that wisdom is providing for me versus hyper-focusing on the pain that I'm enduring while I'm learning a lesson. Because in every lesson we're learning, there's pain involved too. There's loss involved too. There's struggle involved too. Am I focusing on the struggle or embracing the lesson? How you choose the thinking determines if you come out on the other side with strength or you fail and have to start over again. Read on. Verse 9.
Verse 9. She shall give to thy head an ornament of grace. A crown of glory shall she deliver to thee.
The crown of glory that everybody should be trying to accomplish are the lessons. Are the lessons that you gain from your battle. Can you come through your battle and get clarity and still see the Most High loves you and still remember the Most High has been there for you this entire time? Can you hold on until you get the answer at the end? Because that is what, listen, I've always said it for years. The lessons you've overcome justifies your rank, not your rank, not your years in. Your years in don't mean nothing if you keep making the same mistakes over and over and over and over again. Then what benefit are your years in the truth? If you had the same negative outlook, the same doom and gloom spirit, the same hateful nature, the same quitting nature, the same worst case scenario outlook, what good is your time if you're not overcoming that? And when you overcome it, that is your crown of glory. And how many crowns can you accumulate in your lifetime? How many victories in Christ can you accumulate in your lifetime? Nobody can take away from Jonathan and those 2,000 men how hard they had to work and how faithful they had to be in order to get elevated in society and get that robe of purple and finally get vindicated for all the years of suffering. That's what it's about. And nobody can take that lesson from them. And that lesson is confirmation that the Most High is real and there is a benefit for sacrificing and putting the Most High first. That is what it's all about. And can we always keep that in mind in our battle? Well, you got to get to the lesson to the end to get the understanding, to get the crown of glory. The crown of glory is not the kingdom yet. The crown of glory are the things that keep you from slipping down the line. Because whenever you feel weak, whenever you feel vulnerable, whenever you feel like quitting, you got to go back to those victories in Christ to keep you settled. When you were obedient, when you stayed strong, Most High came through. How many times did he come through for you in your life? And the question is, was it the fact that he didn't come through the other times, or you lost faith, or your outlook wavered? Because that's what he's determining, to see to judge your crown or your crowns and your accomplishments in this work. Read on.
Verse 10. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many.
He says if you sit back here and make your life about fighting your battles, and when you fight your battles and overcome them, you're going to keep obtaining crowns of glory, your years will be many because of that. Your years will be many because you made it about fighting your battles, not about what you're losing or how inconvenient you are in your life. And if you can do that, the Most High will prolong your life and you will find happiness and peace because you finally figured out how to keep the Spirit on your side. Read on.
I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths.
He's showing that this is Solomon talking, obviously, but he's explaining how to be in the Spirit. And the Spirit has taught the individual who's fighting how to stay in the right paths by all of these crowns you're acquiring. The crowns that he's giving you is showing you how to stay in the right paths because you got to keep that same spiritual and mental template it took to get those other crowns to be on your side. You got to keep that mindset of abstinence, discipline, pure outlook to get to the next battle, and then the next battle, and then the next battle.
So the crown is simply just confirmation that you passed the level.
Con.
You got past this level, here's a crown.
Con. And now you got to use that crown to get you to the second crown. The template that got you from that crown to get you to the second and the third and the fourth. And in doing that, years of your life are added to. There's a lot of Israelites that pass too soon, and I know it's their time, but scripturally he's saying if you fight your battles, he extends you out. He extends your time out when you do the right thing with the time. When it was time for Hezekiah, Most High was like, okay, Hezekiah, you're 40 years old, you're gonna die. Get your affairs in order. Get your will right.
Yep.
And he was like, Father, can you sit back here and just give me some more time for my work's sake, for all I've done for you? And then right before the prophet went out, he said, man, go back and tell him I'm gonna give him 15 more. But why did he give him 15 more? Because of his obedience leading up to that point. All those crowns that he had earned justified an additional 15 more years of his life. What else do we got to speak for ourselves when we have requests for additional blessings or to be looked after? What else do we got to show for it? What are our works and our dedication and our commitment to the Most High? Now, he doesn't have to listen to it, but what else do we have to show for it? Read that verse again. Verse 11. Verse 10.
Verse 10. Hear, O my son, and receive my saying.
Receive these approaches. Receive the right mindset that it takes to get the Most High's attention. Read on.
And the years of thy life shall be many.
He's trying to let you know if you want your life to be extended, you better learn obedience and you better learn how to keep the Spirit flowing through you. And that's a constant adherence to studying and reading and breaking the things in yourself and exalting the pursuit of wisdom over your own will, promoting the Most High's will over yours. And that's how you keep the Most High working with you and through you. When you keep choosing you and your comfort, all you're doing is you're cutting short your life too. That's something to think about. Read on.
I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths.
Mm-hmm.
When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straightened.
Look up straightened. In a 1828. Somebody?
Straightened, made narrow.
Yep. So read verse 12 again.
Verse 12. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straightened.
He's saying if you learn how to follow the right path and be in the right spirit, he won't make your paths so narrow. What does that mean? When he narrows your path, that means what?
It's difficult to walk on.
It's difficult to walk on, and there's less room for what? Error. When you're not in the right spirit, he's going to sting you for every little thing you do. Versus when you're in the right spirit and your intention is right, you don't get hit as hard. Versus a person who ain't fighting their battle. Every little thing they do wrong. Boom, boom, boom. He's trying to tell you how you gain even mercy. He just said he will extend your years. If you're in the right spirit. Now he's saying, I'm going to say this one last statement.
Yeah.
He's already promised that he'll extend your years if you're in the right spirit and you pursue studying and reading and learning and validating and justifying the right way to do things over your way. Now he's saying even when you live the right way, your paths won't be straight. He gives you a little more room to make mistakes, and he won't sting you and punish you so hard if you slip, because he knows your intention was what? Was right. He can trust your reason behind it. When your reason behind things, he can verify that your reason and motivation were pure. He gives you more space to operate, knowing that he trusts you. Just like in Ecclesiastes 4, where he says, he has to sit back and wisdom has to take you through crooked paths to trust that your intentions are right. Once he knows your intentions are pure, he will give you a little more room to make mistakes. Versus if he don't trust you and he don't trust your attention, you better not do nothing wrong because I know where your heart is at.
These are called unintentional mistakes.
Not blatant
presumptuous
mistakes. That's the point. Because we all are flawed. And we might make mistakes, but they're out of good intention. And he won't hit you as hard as if he don't buy you at all. He don't buy your motivations at all. And every little thing you do, he gonna hit you hard for it. That's how he straightens your steps. And he hits you for every little thing you do because he don't trust you. That's why whenever you make one little move or one statement that's false, your husband stings you. Or you get stung by the brothers because the spirit don't trust you when you make moves. Versus the spirit trusting another person when they make moves because they've proven that they're trustworthy. I want to bring that statement up. Finish it up.
No, Right, what I was going to say was Saul and David. You know, Saul made a mistake. David made a mistake.
Yep.
Saul didn't kill all the Amalekites. He saved the best sheep, and he saved the king. David committed adultery and did the census of the children of Israel. But one was removed, and the other one was given a second chance.
Yes.
Now, they were both punished,
Yep.
but the Most High removed his whole spirit off Saul. And then his children had to die. David lost some children also. He still got punished. But the Most High spirit still rested upon David.
Got it.
There was a difference. They both made mistakes, but a person could look at it and say, well, why did the Most High have more mercy on David when they both committed major offenses? But now what you're bringing out is why the Most High would have Most High is not a respecter of persons, but why would the Most High have more favor? Because Scripture says a good man obtaineth favor of the Lord. Favor is kindness, friendship, and mercy. Why would the Most High be more merciful to David over Saul when they both were disobedient, they both made mistakes, and they both broke laws? Now we understand why. You know, because he could trust David, he couldn't trust Saul. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Let's typing this in.
And remember, David kept dealing with, he said, shall I go to Ramoth Gilead? He always inquired before battle. Whereas Saul, he made moves without counsel on multiple occasions.
Multiple occasions.
He don't sit here and confirm his decision spiritually. He just moves. Well, you can't trust a guy like that.
Yeah.
He moves without confirmation. Whereas David, he did make some mistakes, but the majority of the time he moved with confirmation. The same manner. Something like
Con. So let's keep going. Proverbs 4. Proverbs 4.
Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 12. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straightened, and when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble.
He's telling you, this is no different than what we read in Ecclesiastes chapter 4. When you prove to the Most High and Christ that your intentions is always about uplifting and exalting Him, then all of a sudden He trusts you. You prove that you're trustworthy based on when adversity hits you, when difficult times come in your life. He's always the first priority. I'm not angry. I'm not bitter. I don't have a negative perspective about my situation, but I can see the good and the lesson that the Most High is trying to teach me. I'm seeking for the understanding. When you show that, then He gives you a little bit more space for error, and He has more mercy on you. And if you slip a little bit, or if you made a mistake, the mercy is greater because you've already proved where your intention is. And that's the benefit of the Most High. That's the power of following the Most High in Christ. The Most High is not an unmerciful power. That He won't see your track record of constant committal with your outlook in your heart. That He's going to sit back here and turn His back on you because you slipped. This is what He's proven in verse 12. Read on.
Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go.
But once again, we are a nation of forgetful what? Hearers. And that's the problem. We always forget. We always forget when the Most High came through for you. But we always remember when we got hurt. Yep. We never forget the hurt. We always forget how the Most High blessed you. How can it be in the Bible that the Most High says He daily loaded us with what?
Benefits.
But how come we can't ever express how He daily loads us with benefits?
I got an answer.
Nobody ever, when I'm in council, I never hear people say, man, the Most High daily loads me with benefits. Let me tell you the ways. You know what I hear? My life sucks. My life is unfair. And let me tell you the ways. Let me tell you how I've been hurt. Let me tell you how my marriage ain't fair. Let me tell you what I'm going through is unjustified. That's all I hear from the Jew. But we expect the Most High to back us when this is how we think? What you going to say?
No, I'm just saying we express the Lord that we're ingrates. We operate without grace, without gratitude. You only hold on to what you are. If you hold on a bunch of negatives because you're negative.
Okay.
If you hold on a bunch of positives because you're positive.
How about that? The simplicity that's in Christ.
Yeah.
Then it said, take fast hold of instruction. Read on.
Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life.
Listen, these scriptures, these ways of processing your life, your outlook, how well you retain the Bible, how well you keep adding scriptures to your mental retention, how well you can see the good in your life, how well you can see the understanding and the lesson through what you go through. This is the key to your life. How you maintain your life, how you get to the kingdom. The pursuit of wisdom is your life. But the pursuit of wisdom is not about just smarts. It's about spiritual approaches that you hold on to fight what's inside of you to get you to the finish line. That is your life. How well do you study? How well can you see the good when there's bad? How well can you see the spiritual lesson when you're losing something, when you're uncomfortable, when you feel betrayed, when you feel not considered, when you feel abandoned, when you feel isolated, when you feel not loved? Can you still understand that even though I don't feel loved, the Most High loves me? And because I know the Most High loves me, I'm going to maintain my obedience to the Lord and my obedience to the situation? This is how we have to understand the Most High is your life. He is what stabilizes you, and you are stabilized based on how well you trust and hold on to Him. Mankind is always going to be flawed. Brothers are going to be flawed. Mothers are going to be flawed. Wives are going to be flawed. Sisters are going to be flawed. The camp is not going to be perfect. But despite what you go through ups and downs, can I still see the Most High is beautiful? Or am I going to be bitter and angry and hold on to how I wasn't defended or how I wasn't looked after? That's not. You don't read, when you read Proverbs 4, you don't read about, well, what about when I got hurt here? What about if you get hurt here? What about if you go through this? What about if you go through a difficult marriage? What about if you sit back here and you were abandoned as a young person? You don't read that because that has nothing to do with your desire to pursue being in the Spirit of Christ. Whatever your generational curses were, whatever your Deuteronomy 28 battles were, has nothing to do with your obedience and your pursuit of pleasing the Most High in Christ. And fighting to learn how to be in the Spirit of Christ. Like I said earlier in class, Proverbs talking about the pursuit of wisdom is the equivalent of what you read about learning to be in the Spirit of Christ when Paul is teaching the Word. It's the same thing. They just use different words to explain being in the Spirit of Christ. This is why Paul said, I wisdom, because Solomon said, I wisdom, because truly was not Paul Christ. No. Solomon. I meant Solomon. Yeah. Salaki. Beep, thumbs down. Solomon is Christ. So when Solomon said, I wisdom, Solomon was like, Solomon understood who he was and who he was going to be. Okay? So when he's saying he was wisdom, he was like saying, listen, the Spirit that's in him is the same Spirit that will eventually be in Christ. The same Spirit that Paul was teaching about being in the Spirit of Christ. So that's what pursuing wisdom is, and you can see that connection, Christ. And you can see that connection, whether it's in Proverbs, Wisdom of Solomon, the whole nine. Then it translates into Christ. But it's the same Spirit. Because even in the beginning, you read about Christ. Christ was on earth, and the Most High allowed Christ to come down, and His Spirit was on all the earth. Okay, that was Christ's Spirit from the beginning. Christ was the one that walked with the Jews in the camp in Egypt, out of Egypt. Mm-hmm. He was that fire by day and that cloud by night. I'm sorry, the fire by night and the cloud by day. That was him walking.
His presence was always there giving us a
That's the point. And that presence is the Spirit of wisdom that we're talking about in Proverbs. Yep. The same Spirit of wisdom that allowed Jonathan to get rewarded because he was in that Spirit of wisdom, that Spirit of Christ. He was in the clear mind through adversity, and the Most High promoted him out of that situation. I hope that all comes together. Jump now to verse 21 in 1 Maccabees 10 and 21.
1 Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 21. So in the 7th month of the 160th year, At the feast of the tabernacle, Jonathan put on the holy robe and gathered together forces and provided much armor.
So he took what deal did he take then?
He took the second deal.
He took the second deal. He said, I'm going to do this deal. This deal is a better deal for us. Okay? So let's keep going. We're going to run through this last part. We're going to go from 21 to 46 before we stop.
Whereof, when Demetrius heard, he was very sorry.
Yeah, he messed up. You was up in your forts, shut off from the world, having Bacchides sit back here and put us through holy hell
3 times.
Now you want to be nice and act like that didn't happen. Imagine that we didn't take his deal. Well, how about we took the deal for a little bit and then switched? We did take the deal. Because we took them papers. We took the papers and we showed the people. And we sure the hell took the money to build up our armory. Well, we took the other deal afterwards. Read on.
And said, what have we done that Alexander had prevented us in making amity with the Jews to strengthen himself?
You know what you did. You sat back here and screwed us over. Read on.
I also will write unto them words of encouragement and promise them dignities and gifts that I may have their aid.
This is too late. So now Demetrius, let me sit back and give you more honors because I see that the old boy gave you a purple robe. He gave you a purple robe. Let me give you my purple robe. You try to sit back here and one up Alexander Bolus' offers. Read on.
He sent unto them, therefore, to this effect, King Demetrius, unto the people of the Jews sendeth greeting.
My Lord. Read on.
Whereas ye have kept covenant with us, and continued in our friendship, not joining yourselves with our enemies. We have heard hereof, and are glad.
So he's saying, we heard that you haven't switched over to Alexander Bolus, and we're happy to hear it.
Yeah, I just want to read one thing. And if you go back chapter 9, and read verse 68.
First Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 68.
Hold on 1 second. It said, start at verse 69.
Verse
Yeah,
68.
69. Just straight to the point.
First Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 69. Wherefore he was very wroth at the wicked men that gave him counsel to come into the country.
Now this is Bacchides after he came back and made war with Jonathan, and they defended themselves very well. It wasn't like they were some pushovers. So because they were resilient and they weren't no pushovers and they defended themselves, read on.
Insomuch as he slew many of them.
Bacchides turned on the wicked men that called him out to fight against Jonathan.
Give him that crazy intel that they were ready to be taken out.
Yeah. So he switched up and killed the men that brought him out here in the first place.
Yep.
Read on.
And purposed to return into his own country.
So Bacchides was already ready to go home. He had already got tired of fighting Jonathan. Read on.
Whereof, when Jonathan had knowledge, he sent ambassadors unto him, to the end he should make peace with him, and deliver them the prisoner.
So was it the benevolence of Demetrius that caused the peace deal?
Mm-mm.
Was it the benevolence of Bacchides that caused the peace deal? Or was it the spirit of wisdom that was on Jonathan to see that this man was already tired of fighting and this was a great opportunity to strike a deal?
Yep.
So when we read we'll now go back and read that in chapter 10, verse 23.
First Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 23. What have we done that Alexander hath prevented us in making amity with the Jews to strengthen himself? I also will write unto them words of encouragement, and promise them dignities and gifts, that I may have their aid. He sent unto them, therefore, to this effect, King Demetrius, unto the people of the Jews, sendeth greeting. Whereas ye have kept covenant with us, and continued in our friendship, not joining yourselves with our enemies.
But who? Look at how he's trying to sound like.
Spin it. He's gonna spin it.
He's trying to spin it like we created this friendship.
Yeah.
It wasn't that Demetrius created this friendship. Bacchides got tired of fighting him.
Yep.
And he got tired of going to war with him. And then it was Jonathan that initiated the peace deal. But if you listen to what Demetrius is saying, he's acting like we chose to be your friends, when that's actually wasn't the case at all. So even in his letter of petitioning Jonathan, he's still lying.
Yep.
Because he's still lying because he wasn't the one to initiate the peace deal.
Okay.
But Titus took it because he was tired. He was ready to go back home.
Yep.
But if you listen to the letter, it sounds like Demetrius was being this benevolent king and so generous, trying to strike this peace deal. So even in this letter, as we read it, it's BS.
He wasn't genuine.
It wasn't genuine, and it's lies. It was an acceptable deal, not one granted to Jonathan because they cared so much about him and they just was these wonderful friends.
Oh, thanks.
Right?
Says, whereas ye have kept covenant with us and continued in our friendship, not joining yourselves with our enemies, we have heard hereof and are glad.
But even in this, it's still bogus, man. That's all I wanted to bring out. As we read the letters is untrue.
Yeah. And he's trying to spin it because he knows he's about to lose a sale out. He about to lose a big sale out.
He got to say,
He about to lose. You say what you got to say when you about to lose a sale out.
yeah, I pay your
When
taxes.
you know the person got the money. You know he got the money. He can sit
Yeah.
back here and get your 300 out. You sit back here and you backtrack. But let's keep going.
Wherefore now continue ye still to be faithful unto us.
Where are we at? What verse we at?
Verse 27.
Okay.
Wherefore now continue ye still to be faithful unto us, and we will well recompense you for the things ye do in our behalf, and will grant you many immunities, and give you rewards. And now do I free you, and for your sake I release all the Jews from tributes, and from the customs of salt, and from crown taxes.
Now check this out. Now Demetrius is given a better deal than Alexander Bala now. He said the Jews don't have to sit back here and pay no taxes. That tributes is taxes. You don't got to pay taxes. There's no salt tax. There's no salt tax. There's no salt debt. There's no crown taxes. He's like no tax to the Jew. That's a sweet deal. That's a sweet deal. Because that automatically boosts your economy tremendously. Extra money in everybody's pocket. That's a win. Read on.
And from that which pertaineth unto me to receive for the third part of the seed, and the half of the fruit of the tree.
First of all, this is what the Greeks were imposing on us. Half of your crops had to go to the white man, huh? Listen, that means everybody was perpetually broke out. Think about this. Half of your crops goes to the white man. And then after the half goes to the white man, the first portion of the rest of that half goes to where? The priest.
Yep.
So out of that 50% left, the first quarter goes to the priest and the bottom half goes to the poor. How much you really making for yourself?
Not too
You
much.
still got to follow the law. You got to follow the laws of the land and all of the Most High. This is why the Jews were getting so violent and protesting about their condition. But this was the curse for what? Rebelling in the first place.
You know, they said the Greeks had such a stiff they had such a stiff fig tax that fig farmers would only bring some of their figs to the tax collectors, and then people would snitch them out
Oh my God.
and snitch them out, and they were called fig finders, and they'll rat you out and say, "You got more figs than that. You're lying."
Ooh, massive.
Oh.
They holding out on you, boss.
So they was,
boss, I know they had now, boss.
They got more figs than that.
Look,
I know
boss,
they got more figs.
Boss, listen, I know where they happened. They
Yeah.
hid it under their house, boss.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know that.
And that was common.
Well, that's what a publican was.
Yeah.
That's what a publican was. That's what, when they said Matthew was a tax collector, that's what he was. His job was to snitch. People hated those guys.
Yep.
Because their job was to find out all the little loopholes the Jews was hiding to run from the curse the Most High put on them because of their rebellion. So how about all of us complaining about how hard life is? What difference is this than when you was a Jew living in Israel under the Roman Empire?
No.
You just still had enough to survive.
And that's why they was tripping on Christ and said, does your master pay tax? Does he pay custom?
Yeah.
He told Peter, listen, go here, go take a hook, go drop a line, go catch a fish, and in the fish's mouth you're gonna find the token, and in that token you're gonna pay tax with that. Because everybody was under pressure. That's a lot of pressure under them taxes, man. It was hurting people.
I know. But this is the life we live.
Yeah.
And for so many times we want to sit back and get out of this battle and leave different. I've heard people want to leave different countries because they want to get out of this economic hardship. How about this economic hardship was manufactured from the Lord? And how about the Sakaris sat back here and led us into war and destruction of our nation because they was mad about the taxes. And they did something about it. And they kept it real and it went wrong. How about that? For all the Jew that wants to be mad at the white man because of all the laws imposed against us, they are wrong for it. But so are the Greeks. So are the Romans wrong for it. So are the Persians wrong for it. So were the Babylonians wrong for it. But who was wrong for it first? We were the wicked ones that broke the law and lost our sovereignty. So the cost for multiple generations, because of our family line during the time of Jeremiah, we have to suffer the consequences of having just enough to get by. And our basket and our store is cursed.
And if you think personal taxes are strange, wait till you pay business taxes.
Mm-hmm.
People think owning a business is all
right.
Cream and sugar, but cookies and cream. But it's not. Owning a business means you pay a stiffer, higher business tax, and that tax eats up any. This is why
it's called double taxation for a reason.
Yeah, this is why people have so many loopholes. That's why there is. That's why the rich try to maintain so many loopholes, and it's a hot topic in presidential candidacy when they picking presidents, because if he says there ain't gonna be no taxes, we got to get this guy in. Because that's how hard taxes are on the population.
All facts.
And a lot of people may get food stamps, so they may not know they're receiving government aid. But if you're paying taxes, you know exactly how extreme taxes are, especially when you have to pay them.
All facts.
There's no leftovers, crumbs.
But this is life. So what Demetrius is providing is to lift all the taxes: the king's tax, the tax on salt, the tax on tributes, all of it lifted, so that you can stay on our side. It's literally a better deal than what Alexander Balak. You know why? Because Balak can't sit back here and take away taxes because he ain't the king yet. No. So he can't lift tribute. So it's a better deal that Demetrius give you than Alexander.
This is tough, man.
Alexander didn't say you ain't gonna have no taxes when I get back in the kingdom. He didn't say that. He said, I'm gonna give you a purple suit. I'm gonna give you a purple suit. You wear a purple suit. Everybody know that came from me. That's what you get. The end. And this guy says, man, listen, the Jew has no tax. You know how many black people will be happy out with no taxes at? They were like, Jonathan's the man. We love this guy.
We love you now.
Because
you
Jonathan
always believed in me. I always knew you were the one.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
right. You
were special.
Yeah, you were special. I knew the Lord was with you. I ain't got to pay no taxes this year.
I always knew it.
I get double my money. I mean, we gonna get a new wagon.
Yeah.
Man, we get a new wagon, new truck. Ooh, we gonna get this income tax money. Everything's gonna be okay. But this is what the king is promising. He's doubling out. He's giving the best deal in the game. You know? But what you're gonna read, all money isn't what?
Good money.
And that's the point. You know?
I release it from this day forth, so that they shall not be taken of the land of Judea, nor of the 3 governments which are added thereunto, out of the country of Samaria and Galilee, from this day forth forevermore.
So what he's saying is, I'm going to sit back here and take the pressure, because the Samaritan governors and the surrounding governors would put pressure on Israel too. Because a lot of times they were the who? The tax farmers.
Yep.
The tax farmers were the Samaritans and all the people around. He says, I'm going to lift off the tax pressure, and I'm going to make them not farm taxes in your region. This is a double, triple win. Read on.
Let Jerusalem also be holy and free, with the borders thereof, both from the tenth and the tributes.
So once he's telling you, we were having to pay taxes upon taxes upon taxes. Right? The whole city, listen, all of the Jerusalem territories were going to literally be saved financially and be financially settled. This is a major offer Demetrius is given. Continue.
Even now there's federal tax, there's state tax,
Yeah.
there's county tax, there's city tax, there's school tax, there's municipal tax. There's even if you look at your utility bill, there you look at your cell phone bill. Even on your cell phone bill, on a communication tax, you also pay taxes for cell towers, and you also pay school tax on. You'll see school taxes on your county taxes.
No doubt.
Yeah, you pay school taxes.
Yeah.
You pay business tax, school tax.
Yeah.
Utility
You pay for
tax.
everything. You pay for everything. The trash. You pay for the trash. You pay for everything.
Everything. All municipalities. If you just take the time to look at everything you're paying for every day, it's some things that you don't even know about. And if you're not careful, if you don't stay on top of it, and if you don't report it, they'll double tax you, and they'll give you 2 service fees. But most people don't read the small print. Most people don't read the little letters at the bottom of their bills and not even realize that you're paying 2 service fees. And until you call and get it removed, they'll say, "Oh, we didn't know you. We was charging you twice."
Gotcha.
Yeah. Then they say, "Oh, we'll take that off."
Yeah.
Phone companies do it.
Yeah.
Your service companies do it. Utility companies do it. Water, electric. But we're not even making half the money that we produce because it's disappearing before we ever get it. And then when you buy something, you pay a sales tax again after you've already been taxed. You're paying 8%, 8.35%.
We can quantify it now, and we're just trying to say Esau's hand was in our pockets back then. It was very difficult to live back then. It's very difficult to live like that now. It ain't a difference. Hell is hell. Being on the bottom of the totem pole is being on the bottom of the totem pole, however you want to dress it. Okay? So let's continue.
And as for the tower which is at Jerusalem, I yield up my authority over it.
So then he said, listen, I will sit back here and take the Tower of Accra out of Jerusalem.
Oh, that's the deal. That's the deal.
That
was a good deal.
It's the best deal you can get. He says, I'm taking Accra out of there. I will shut it down, and y'all can
We're shutting down Accra. What?
We're shutting down a police station out.
Yeah.
We're shutting it down. You guys can be free and sovereign. That's the sweetest deal in the game.
No ICE immigrants.
Yeah, brother, this is what he's saying now.
They're saying that.
This is the sweetest deal we could get. Read on.
And give it to the high priest, that he may set in it such men as he chose to keep it.
Oh, wow.
And he says the high priest, which is who? You, Jonathan.
You.
You can sit back here and do what you want with it. Make it a garrison for God. Doesn't matter to me. It matters not to me.
Garrison's forgotten.
It matters not to me.
Right, holy soldiers.
Just go and fight. Bring your dues to fight. Read on.
Moreover, I freely set at liberty every one of the Jews that were carried captives out of the land of Judea into any part of my kingdom.
All these Jews that were getting hunted and having like they were outlaws and they were getting put in prison. I'm gonna free all of your boys. I'm getting all your boys out of the joint out
Power
of
of the
jail.
world. Imagine that.
That's what I said it at. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting all my guys out of Attica. Send them to Africa.
Send the hams later, right?
Stupid. We'll get everybody out of Antioch and send them back to Jerusalem.
No
If I rule the world,
African wants to hear that raps. I'm like, send them to Africa.
No.
From jail? Who's this nonce? Who's this nonce?
Oh my God. They weren't going to Wakanda. It's okay. Well, let's keep going.
And I will that all my officers remit the tributes even of their captives.
But once again, he's like, I'm going to lift all the financial burdens off you, and you're going to be completely sovereign in your country. Just fight with me. Read on.
Furthermore, I will that all the feasts and Sabbaths and new moons and solemn days.
Come on.
You're going to make that's music and Jews. I get my moons and days. Oh, man. I get to play Jew. Anyway,
Listen,
keep going now.
Listen, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Listen, that's Israelite. I can do my feast act, the new moons. Read on.
And the 3 days before the feast, and the 3 days after the feast, shall be all days of immunity and freedom for all the Jews in my
You
realm.
can have
He said on top of
You
the
can have a
Sabbath,
hangover for
I'm gonna
some
give you
days.
3 days before the gathering and after to chill and do what you got to do. No work for the Jew.
Yeah.
Man,
You can party.
that's
you
the
can,
deal.
You can party,
Yeah.
and you know what? You can sit
Yeah.
back and get drunk and have a good time and sleep it off for a few days.
Because you know it's hard to like, yeah.
Congratulations.
You can't really get too loose because
You
you're
got
like,
70 teeth.
Yeah,
Six-
you,
oh,
yeah,
it's
you
fine.
really can't do. Yeah, you really can't
6:30's
enjoy
coming
it.
out.
Yeah, you really
6:30's
can't go
coming out,
hard
yeah.
on those gatherings.
Come on
Out.
now.
You can't.
That's like having extra holiday time.
I know.
Paid time off.
Yeah.
You get a vacation for your vacation. Who doesn't want that?
Before and after the
That's my point. You get to cook. You get to stew that lamb. You get to put extra flavors and sauce in that lamb.
We
It will
don't
be good.
we don't celebrate Christmas either, but we'll take that holiday though.
I know they would. That if you're a teacher, you get a whole week. You get 2 weeks. You're like, I will gladly take this one.
But they
There
at
you
the
go.
time they worship Saturnalia.
Yeah.
So it was the same thing.
Done.
They had their religious holidays too.
So these deals are massive that Demetrius is providing.
Are these back and forth like that? They going like
It's just
it's like,
letters.
it's like a bid war.
Yeah, it's a bidding war. So listen, the thing is, listen.
Because
I guess the thinking is this: Jonathan took the first deal from Demetrius, and then won up and took Alexander's deal too. So Demetrius, like, if I give him a better deal, he'll take this deal.
Let's say this, but you gotta see for them to throw this much at them in their mind, like look how good these guys fought.
I know.
These guys, they're seeing these guys fight. They're men. They're like, man, I wish we had more guys like that.
Because we got a bunch of what? Hirelings
Mercenaries.
and mercenaries. Same thing.
I would sure like the guys to fight like that for me.
I know.
So it shows when you're in your battle and you're really putting your spirit to things, you're more marketable.
So how about this? Got one for you. How about when they were fighting for nothing, they really weren't fighting for nothing. How about it was a dress rehearsal that they need to see how hard they fought, and that was why they sat back here and gave us so much sovereignty in return. So sometimes when you're fighting and it doesn't feel like it's being noticed, or it doesn't feel like all this work that we're bringing to the table is being considered, how about others are considering it, and it ends up working to your benefit later down the line?
And that's why we tell brothers, even when in
go ahead.
the businesses that we have now, that somebody's always watching.
That's the point.
That's why you can never slack off on a job.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the Most High also says, whatever thou find thy hand so doing, do with all thy might.
Yep.
Because the Most High is watching, and you never know who, even your enemy's watching.
I know. All facts. And so, what were you gonna say?
That's why that's how you know it's never in vain. That thought of what you're doing is in vain. It's a satanic thought to demotivate you and to justify stagnation,
To not finish.
to not finish and quit, so you can be regressive and backslide and be stuck in the same position year after year, and then say the truth doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Listen, we don't have a lot of time. It's already like 4
We're done,
o'clock.
we're done.
4 hours. No, we're not done. We're gonna finish this, but let's keep going.
Verse 35. Also, no man shall have authority to meddle with them, or to molest any of them in any matter.
This is music to any nation's ears that just want. You telling me if like United States told this to Iran, it wouldn't be sitting back here and partying outside.
man.
If we promise Mossad and CIA will get out of your country for good, we'll stop trying to kill you and kill your leaders.
Afghanistan.
I'm gonna say Iran and most. They want Iran. They're getting troops ready to go into Iran for an invasion. They lived. The only reason there was a coup. First of all, I don't know if you read. There was a coup on the leaders of Iran and China.
Oh, didn't know about China.
Yes, they just kept it under control. But in Iran, they sat back here and they had protesters. And then they had Israeli Mossad and CIA agents inside initiating more riots. And they were getting comms and communication through Mossad agents and CIA through Starlink.
Oh.
And then what happened was that Iranians let Russia know, and Russia told them how to shut down the Starlink systems. And then Iran used Russia's intelligence to take out Starlink so that these insurgents,
Can't
what they
communicate.
first did is found out how to trace where the Starlink orders was coming from in Iran. Once they found out where they were at, then they shut off communication, surrounded them, and got rid of them. And that's how they sat back here and squashed this Iranian protest that was really a coup that was about to happen.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
But what's happening is it didn't work. And now Israel's like, we got to go in there. Now they're trying to find a pretext to go in and go to war. But what am I trying to say? Iran never. Listen, if you're an Iranian, if you're an Iranian scientist, good luck, because they're going to kill you eventually. If you're an Iranian politician, good luck, they're going to try to kill you. They keep killing every generation of leader that comes up in Iran. Like that's worth it. Then that they'll get you cell phones that blow up in your face out.
Yep.
They'll sit back and send drones to destroy you. They're trying to kill anybody that can unite the nation.
They got bunker busters to hit them underground labs.
All that's happening, and it's a constant bombardment of your sovereignty. So imagine the U.S. saying, "Listen, we promise to back off of you. We just need you to fight against Afghanistan, and we'll back off of you." This is the deal. Like, are you going to sit back here and take the deal that will give your nation sovereignty for an extended period of time, or do you hold your convictions down and not give in to the deal? This is what Jonathan has to sit back. I know,
because he's fattening up the deal. He's sweetening it up real good.
and he's saying, "Listen, all of your stresses will no longer be a stress. Just side with us, and all you got to do is trust us and forget us trying to take you out for all these years. Forget that."
You know, you kind of want to jump ahead, but
I know.
this is
I'm trying to
I
set
don't know
the tone.
cliffhanger out
Yeah.
on the spot.
Then what we'll have to do is stop it. Then we'll stop it here, because that's where we're going into next.
Okay.
What do y'all want to do? Y'all want to keep going on it?
Well, you said 46.
But 46 doesn't give it all up. It just
Okay,
gives
we go to 46 then.
Wait, I said it doesn't give it all up, but it gives you the Well, it does. Man, I'm sorry, it does give it up.
Okay, then I think we should stop.
We'll stop. And what we'll do is we'll go back to the letter again next week in verse 39 and work our way down.
All right.
All right? Because we're at 4 hours and it might actually snow on.
Yeah.
So let's do
We
that.
gotta beat this freeze.
It would be nice to beat the freeze and sit back here and say, "My car's not driving for God. I don't know." Let me stop that messing around. We're trying to be right in the spirit. Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to stop it at that and go back into this next week and finish it out. Are there any questions? All right. Okay, Israel. Amajim Wapanya Yerah Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Can you give me that? What you got? Torah. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Michael Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
People of Yasharallah.
People of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us
Much wisdom.
much wisdom,
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
much understanding,
Much patience.
much patience,
Much faith.
much faith,
Much brotherhood.
much brotherhood,
Much love.
and much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
Forgive all of our sins.
Forgive all of our sins.
How shall I come quickly?
Yahweh shall come quickly.
For indeed.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
Forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Rakatay Haba Shem Yahshua.
Rakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa.
Hahawa.
Nathanael.
Nathanael.
Hatawara.
Nathanael. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Rakatay Haba Shem Yahshua.
Rakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa.
Hahawa.
Nathanael.
Nathanael.
Award. La Ra'ah.
La Ra'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light to see.
Rakatay Haba Shem Yahshua.
Rakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa.
Hahawa.
Nathanael.
Nathanael.
Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Korah.
La Korah.
La Korah.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakatay Haba Shem Yahshua.
Rakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa.
Hahawa.
Nathanael.
Nathanael.
Shemad.
Shemad.
Zayat.
Zayat.
La Mashah.
Lamashah.
Yasharallah.
Yasharallah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
And to sing praise unto thy name.
and to sing praise unto thy name,
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
And thy faithfulness every night.
and thy faithfulness every night,
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
And upon the psaltery.
and upon the psaltery,
Upon the harp.
upon the harp,
With the solemn sound.
with the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy work,
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hand.
in the works of thy
O
hands.
Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
How great are thy works.
how great are thy
And
works,
thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not,
Neither doth the fool understand this.
neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass,
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
and when all the works of iniquity do flourish,
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies,
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
For lo thy enemies.
for lo thine enemies
Shall perish.
shall perish.
All the works of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity
Shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt,
Like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see
My desire.
my desire
And my enemies.
on mine enemies,
And my ears shall hear.
and mine ears shall hear
My desire.
my desire
Of the wicked.
of the wicked
That rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
To show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock,
There is no unrighteousness in him.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Raduad.
Ladawad.
Hanah.
Hanah.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayam.
Ayam.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayam.
Ayam.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayam.
Ayam.
Payah.
Payah.
Madawakiwa.
Madawakiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Haramwan.
Haramwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayam.
Ayam.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Kazayawan.
Kazayawan.
Kayah.
Kayah.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ah. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayim.
Ay.
Ay.
Halwalam.
Hawalom.
Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Ba'ashirali.
Ba'ashirali.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Ba'ashirali.
Ba'ashirali.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Ba'ashirali.
Ba'ashirali.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Ba'ashirali.
Ba'ashirali.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Yeah.
No, we have to finish.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
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 All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
Understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Water.
Water.
Yad.
Yad.
Aman.
Aman.
Take a look. You got it, I don't.
Saluting out in heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Wakol Yeshua, and of Israel, Amas, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Barakatah.
Kum Yashua,
Kum Yashua.
Kum Yashua,
Kum Yashua.
Kum Yashua,
Kum Yashua.
Turn to face this. A little louder.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amaz, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Latah Ba'ashem Yahushua. Yes, Matah, dismissed. Fall out. The Water Israel for tuning in. See y'all maybe back on Monday. I don't know how this weather's going to be looking. If it snowed up out here, we'll have to push it back to Wednesday. All right. So we'll keep it out. We'll keep it kind of like
Play it by ear.
by ear. All right. So I'll tune in. See y'all hopefully on Monday, if not Wednesday. Shalom.